Board of Trustees meeting, if you could please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you all for being here tonight. And before we begin, I just want to remind everyone, if you want to speak at our public comments, which will be in just a few sections, we've got comment cards right there on the back table. Make sure to fill them out. And then you have all the way up until we get to the public comments to fill those out, and we'll come by and grab those. And then also, in the event, so for example, last month, we had a lot of public comments about a zoning case, and our meeting went on for a little long. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep track of time. When we get about 2-hour mark, I'm going to actually make a motion for a recess, for stretch your legs, do whatever you got to do for about 5 minutes. So right around the 8 o'clock mark, if we hit that, maybe we won't. So, Mr. Campbell, let the record reflect for our roll call that all 3 trustees are present, which, by the way, next month I will not be here. I got a 2-week annual tour for the Air Force. Our Vice Chairman, Mr. Becker, will be taking over for the meeting, so I won't be here next month. I'll come back in June. So, gentlemen, first item on the agenda, I will entertain a motion for our approval of minutes for the March 14th, 2023 business meeting minutes.
So moved. Second.
Discussion. Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Loeb?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
I'll entertain a motion for the approval of minutes for the March 14th, 2023 zoning hearing minutes.
So moved. Second.
Discussion. Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Loeb?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Mr. Campbell, our fiscal officer, is there any correspondence for tonight?
No, sir, I have not.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Perfect. Moving along. I'm excited for this. One of our very good partners in the community, our superintendent, Ms. Natasha Adams. She's going to come on up. She's got a special presentation for us, and it's always good to hear from her and hear what's going on in our schools and our partnership with you folks. So I'm excited. Welcome, Ms.
Thanks.
Natasha.
We have Dan Romano with us here this evening, too, our treasurer.
Yes.
Well, thank you guys so much for the opportunity to be here this evening. And I just want to let you know from the bottom of our heart how much we value your partnership with us. We think it's vital for our teams to work together, and we feel very good about that collaboration. I know recently we had events, Partners in Education event, as well as town hall events, and many of you are participating in that, and we just really are delighted to have you and know that it's vital for our community, our families, and our students that your important voices are at the table, helping us to shape the future of West Clermont. So first I want to just mention a little bit about our interactive town hall process, because it is something that we started in February of 2022. And the materials that I provided for you inside, it's the West Clermont Roadmap Report, Volume 1 and 2. Those are also available on our website. Anybody can get to those. They share our journey about what it has meant for us to engage with our community, have students involved at the table, as well as our staff members, community members, families, all engaging around conversations about our current realities, what challenges we're facing as a school district, and what we might want to do for the future. And so we've really gotten some momentum. I think we're up to 7 or 8 of them so far. We have them about every month or every other month. And it's truly a time to get into the meat of the matter. And what I'm so impressed with is it's such civil, positive engagement. We have so many families and community members that have continued to come to multiple ones, and it's really helping us bring into focus our biggest challenge in our district. So I'll just hit those for you. First is safety and security and the well-being of our students and staff are the top issue that has been brought to our attention, and something that every stakeholder cares about. And I'm going to talk about some of the progress we've made in that this year in a few minutes, because it's because of partners like you that have helped us further our cause. The second very highly rated issue is educational programming, making sure that West Clermont is up to date and modernized in all of our curriculum, and that we're preparing our students to create the lives they desire and to be able to have a real competitive advantage when they graduate from West Clermont High School because of the opportunities that we've been able to give them. And then the other 3 I'll kind of connect together, the purpose and design of school. We all know that school's not like it was when we were there. But so many of the things are still true. We're still on an agrarian schedule. We still use a kind of a factory model, kind of period by period, bell by bell kind of school year. And what we're saying is that that's not serving our students as well as we need it to. But we've got to continue to innovate and rethink what that educational experience looks like. So we want to do that with our community and not without. So we'll be looking at the design and purpose of schools. What does it mean in the modern world as you address safety and well-being? At the same time, academics and high rigor is very important. And alongside of those two issues are things that are very important in our community, and that is our facilities. We've been able to modernize many of our facilities, and you know, you were a big part of the high school project, Summerside Elementary and Willowville Elementary, but there are 3 schools that we have not been able to attend to. West Clermont Middle School, that was really created for a high school and not middle school children, and we have real challenges just with the footprint itself. The Holly Hill Elementary School, and in Pierce Township, Merwin Elementary. And so we want to take some time to look at, okay, we've made some real progress, especially since 2010 in all of our buildings, minus those 3. How can we continue to build that future plan, and what is that going to look like? And then finally, transportation. As you know, we do not provide transportation in the high school, which is a burden on some families. And we have been looking at transportation specifically in the last year and a half related to middle school start time. Our middle school starts at 7 a.m. It's the earliest middle school start time in the entire state of Ohio, maybe multiple states. I don't know, we didn't look that far. And we feel like to best meet the needs of those unique learners that are between the ages of 12 and 14, that starting at 7 o'clock is maybe not the best option for them. And so those are the challenges that we're grasping and grappling with as we look for innovative solutions that are going to make our district stand out. And it really begins with this innovative process that we're using of town halls. Not every school district and community is doing this, and we just want our community to know how much we value them, how much we value their voice, student voice, staff voice, community voice. Everybody is welcome. We've been meeting with Susan off and on, and we're also just great and glad to highlight the continued conversations around possible shared services that we can do in partnerships, the opportunities that you guys have been looking into for grants related to sidewalks around some of our schools. And I know economic development is a top priority for you, as well as land use. And we are just so grateful to be included in those conversations and part of that planning process, because you know, we are a whole community, and every decision we all make kind of affects each other. And so we want to make sure that we are locked arm in arm on that. And before I give Dan just a chance to say a few words, I just want to take a special note. As I mentioned, safety and well-being of our students and staff is a top priority. We could not be where we are today without partnerships in this room. So I want to shout out to Lieutenant Blankenship and to Chief Daimling specifically for most recently, last week, we were able to do a full-scale practice drill that really helped promote learning in their department as well as our team for critical incidences that could happen here. And so it's not just going through the motions, it's breaking everything down minute by minute, communication, follow-up, and it was a large-scale event. It got a lot of publicity in the news, and it's something that we all learned from and want to continue to do these kinds of practices. We want to stay sharp, and so we do tabletop activities all the time. This kind of took it to the next level based on their leadership, and so we were just grateful for that initiative. We also were able this week to welcome Naya to our school. She's at West Clermont High School at the moment, and Naya is our K-9 who is here for detecting and tracking, and has really been very welcomed by our high school students, and is a great K-9 addition to our staff. Maybe our most reliable staff member, I'm not sure. We'll see, time will tell. And before I talk about a few more materials before I walk away, I'm gonna have Dan just say a few words.
So, thank you, good evening, thanks for having us here. I think my job was to fill in some of the missing blanks, but as usual, she doesn't leave any missing blanks for me to fill in with that. But I just want to say that coming to the district, it'll be 3 years in August. It is after 40 years of service to school districts and others. It's great to come into a community where the partnerships already existed. It's great to walk into where, in the economic development, that the school district does have a seat at the table when some things are being done and growth is going on. I think, as you know better than I do, that for a school district to be vibrant and to maintain and to serve the needs of the community, it has to be a growing community. Things have to have that growth so that economically things work out and are there. You know, we're proud to say to the fact that when we had our last levy in 2020 and we made a commitment that we would make that last, that we are making that last, and in fact, we believe it'll last a year longer than we had committed to that. And I think in part that's because when you look around this community, and Natasha and I just talked about, geez, if we have to go anywhere within the community, it's going to take another 10 minutes. That's because a lot of things are going on, and that's because of those activities to do. It's not just fixing potholes, but it's the growth in the community to do that. I really look forward to always raising the bar on what exists. I know we can do that with the relationship that is there. I know looking into the shared services and some of the discussions we had with Susan, it was great to work with Mr. Campbell in the last week or so and his staff in getting some things done. But for myself on the fiscal side and on the business side, it's truly exciting that those partnerships agree that going forward you're looking at building off of those rather than just creating those. So appreciate that.
And for everyone, I would just want to do another invite. On April 27th, we'll have our next town hall at Amelia. And these are our district-wide town halls. They're not just meant for Amelia families. And so we want to invite and welcome everyone. At the moment, I'm proud to say that we have 115 people that have RSVP'd. And so that's our record so far. So you can very much get a sense of momentum that's being built by this very innovative practice. Dan and I have actually been presenting. We just presented at a national conference about this process that we're using. And there are other school districts across the nation, and in our community, kind of seeking out how we're going about this and how we're seeing an impact. Because I would truly say we are starting to see culture shifts about how people value what's happening in schools and how they want to be a part of it. You know, the national headlines, sometimes we think they're just national headlines out there, but when you hear teacher shortage in the news, it's happening at West Clermont high school and middle school and the elementary schools. Like, this is something that is affecting us now, and it's not something that we can kind of just rest on our laurels, sit back and just kind of see what happens. We have to be very proactive in our planning. So again, I would encourage you to either get on our website or take a look at these roadmap reports. Volume 1 and 2 are complete, and Volume 3 will be coming out, because it's a way to kind of chronicle our journey and kind of see where we are, what we're learning, and where we're taking this. Because about a year from now, we will be coming forward with a new updated strategic plan that we believe will be very much supported by the community because of all the input that we've gotten along the way. So with that, I just, again, want to thank you all for your support, for inviting us here to be a part of this meeting tonight, and appreciate when Susan comes to visit us. So we love it when people come to our board meetings. I'm sure you love having a full house too.
Well, thank you, Ms. Adams, very much.
Thank you.
Very much for your presentation and everything. Oh, just going to ask you.
Yes.
Because we don't get this opportunity very often for you to come to our meetings, so I appreciate you very much. And I'm grateful. I know you could be at home with the family, and the weather is probably the prettiest day of the year thus far, and so I appreciate you being here very much.
Sure.
I want to say, I think I can speak for all three of us. I know I can. We love West Clermont schools. We wanted to see it be the pillar in Clermont County. Really do. So just want you to know that. Whatever you need, obviously contact Ms. Ayers, but we're here for you. We love you. I want to make that loud and clear, and so whatever we can do to build our partnership. Secondly, give a shout out to your varsity girls basketball team. What was I don't mean to call her out, but what was that girl's name that was just an absolute stud? Probably be a D1. I mean, I forget her name.
I'm going to forget it too.
Yeah,
I'm
but
going
I
to
mean,
end up
holy
making
smoke, I
it.
think every college in the
I believe
country.
that's the young lady that's now committed to my Ohio State University
Oh,
Buckeyes.
the
there
Ohio
she
State
is.
University.
I just want to point
Okay,
that
good,
out
good,
as
good,
my
okay.
Ohio State University Buckeyes.
I mean, that's right, D1.
Yeah, I feel so terrible that I can't
No,
call
I
that
put you on the
off the top
spot.
of my head right now.
Yeah, I put you on the spot, but
but they had one of
congratulations to them. That's incredible.
I think the record ended up being like 22-1. I mean, it was
amazing.
just an incredible record and a great run.
Yeah, and I heard you, a couple things you said. Transportation, we've made it crystal clear. I know the bus situation with the school system, with no high school transportation. We've made it clear, any sidewalk grants that we get, we're matching dollar for dollar, and we're starting from the schools and working our way out to help try that problem, solve that problem. We didn't know that, and as a matter of fact, we just got one approved, was it last month? Or a month before?
We finished an application, so we're hoping we're going to hear back soon
So-
about stuff around Summerside.
But,
Oh, that's
yeah, so we're trying. We want to help you guys out, I know, and so loud and clear, whatever we can do to help with that. I love the forward thinking and how the non-traditional classroom styles. Quite frankly, I can't stand that. So I love your forward thinking, and just keep that up. I wanted to ask you, what can we do to help? Is there anything that we can do to help that you need from us? Obviously, besides more money and tax dollars, what else can we do to help besides that? Is
Well,
there anything else?
it's been really remarkable to have legislators come to our town halls to be a part of that, to have community members. And so telling your neighbors, telling your friends just to show up, being able to stand up and be recognized to say, like, this topic matters to these people.
Yeah.
And they care about our community, because being really informed of the issues, it makes a difference when you're hearing it out of the mouths of babes, not mine, but, our students have been great advocates at all of these events, really telling the story and where they want to see the district go. And so I think that's a vital moment. I am, as I said before, just so grateful for Susan's partnership to be able to continue to be talking about the land use and the economic development, because we want to make sure that what we are doing for the future aligns with the bigger picture of the community. We want to be that hub of the community, and we do have a lot of financial needs, and as part of our process, we'll be rolling out all of those pieces, because anything that we've added over the last couple years through the ESSER funds that we've gotten have really been just things that West Clermont has gone without forever.
Yeah.
And so we are still putting in, we think, building blocks, basic needs. And when social emotional learning and safety and well-being of students is like a top concern of our families, and we have very few staff attached to that, that means that load is going on our teachers. And our teachers are having to wear many, many hats. And if you're having to be the nurse, the counselor, the social worker, and the teacher, that stretches them way too thin. And that's why I'm standing here today saying we have 15 staff members that we are not filled. They're filled by subs right now because of changes that have happened within the school year and not being able to fill those positions. And we're not talking high-level chemistry or high-level mathematics. We're talking basics. We're talking art, music, PE, social studies, science, math, English, like nothing fancy. And so what I want our community to understand is that we can't take our staff for granted and just assume that if we keep doing as we've always done, that workforce will be there for us.
John, you're really good with kids. You want to be a teacher?
So we have, if you go to our website, there's opportunities to give, there's opportunities to volunteer, and there's opportunities to work with us. And so we invite people to go to our website, check that out, because we really are trying to, with COVID, we kind of shifted everybody away from volunteering in the schools, and now we're trying to get everybody back. And that's just, it's a heavy lift. And so we need people, just pure attendance at the town halls gives us this very strong sense of we're in this together. And that's what I want our staff to feel, is that there are people pulling for them that's not their bosses or just people who work in schools, that there are people outside of here that care and that are willing to carry that banner, get in small groups, in conversations, in coffee shops and wherever, and continue to tell the West Clermont story, because our performance is up, our attendance is getting better. That has been a real challenge since COVID, and behavior is getting there. But the kids have been through a lot, and the seniors that we have in our schools right now, those seniors, this is their first normal year of high school, is their senior year. And so it's just hard to account for what all that means for every grade level and every student. And so we are really wrapping around them with every service and support that we can possibly do, and growing our partnerships so that kids can work outside of, one thing you said, what can we do? We need internship opportunities, job shadowing opportunities. We would love it for, when speed mentoring comes up, to have, legislators come, because, we had a student at the last town hall stood up and said, I want to be a politician. So it's like connecting with those people so they can see, well, what does this really mean? What does this look like? There's hope. She was a lovely young little girl, so.
I love it. I'm going to give these two gentlemen a chance. I got two more questions for you.
Okay.
Ballpark, just for the residents community to know, ballpark, you don't have to go detail. When are you roughly thinking that you need a new levy? Just
We're still
roughly.
working with our board for that. I mean, we're definitely able to go past 2024. We think at least a year over that, but that's still, we're still working through it. There's a lot of information that we're waiting, legislation that is happening right now in Columbus that can affect our outcomes. And so those are things that we don't have a solid on yet. But we do know we're able to keep our commitment and stretch beyond it. Is there anything else you would say?
No, I think that's-
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
So
good.
we're very proud of that, but,
Last question, it's not a very popular question, but I think it's a major concern, especially in the news and the media. How comfortable do you feel in the event there's a gun violence issue at any of your schools? How do you feel it could be handled and you know?
Well, one of the things that, that we did this school year was just every month have a different kind of focus on safety. So we increased our staffing. So we were able, through our partnership with UT, to have an SRO, an additional SRO, floating around the district. So that was a win. We had our Citizens Advisory Commission, who are parents in our community, some staff members, as well as some residents who are a part of a team that is kind of a research arm of the board. They study and look through everything and then make recommendations to the board. We had them focus on physical safety and security. The pillars that they honed in on were communication, were physical structures, as well as the development of staff, parents, and our students. And as part of the process last year, or last fall, I guess, we had an audit that was taken place through our partnership with Hamilton County Educational Service Center. That is a walk through the building, top to bottom, analyze everything, every nook and cranny. And from that list of possible improvements, we've priced everything out, and we are proud to say that by the beginning of school year, every single one of those tweaks that could be improved are going to be addressed. Our communication systems have been updated, and how we go about letting people to know about serious events. Like we've tweaked that, because there's nothing worse than a parent just feeling so helpless in their home, hearing something either through social media or on the news, and feeling like their school isn't, giving them up-to-date information. The partnership, we've bolstered our safety team. So there's a district-wide safety team that many of members in this room are a part of. And every month we are working through different safety scenarios. The event that we just rehearsed last Friday is a strong indication. It's a huge step in the right direction to show our commitment to safety, to show our commitment to partnerships. And I will say that was the one thing when the Citizens Advisory Commission was doing their research. We had the fire department in, we had the police officers in, and the thing that struck those members the most was, wow, we are just enthralled by your partnership with them and how well they know you and how you know them, because they weren't necessarily expecting that kind of relationship. And so I think that's a step in the right direction. And I know we could talk for a long time about all the communication systems that we need to improve. I mean, there are plenty of things that we can never set back. We can never rest. This has to be always top of mind. And I feel, based on the Citizens Advisory Commission work and what they said to the board, is they feel West Clermont has their hands on this wheel. There's just no letting go of it. And had some recommendations that we will be following over the course of the next couple of years. And so, unfortunately, we are not immune to terrible things happening in West Clermont. Like you can see, no, we are not immune for what's going on in this society. And so the best thing that we can do is build relationships with our students. One of the things that, in being a large school district, you don't want to have students who feel like they're a number, that they don't matter. And we want to make sure that every kid is known well by adults. I mean, right now, if you walked down, this is a very cool thing. It's going to sound really simple, but it's pretty magnificent. If you walk down West Clermont High School, the big Main Street right now, on the walls, you would see spreadsheets of students' names. It says 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade. You would see every student's name, and next to it, you would see a word that describes who they are. And that was created by our staff. So it's a small symbol, an act that they did, and they said, we're lucky to have these students. So it was something they did in March to say there's something unique about each of you that stood out to them. And so seeing kids go up to these signs and read those words, that's not going to keep an act of violence from happening. But it's the connections that the adults have with students that make all the difference in the world. And we will never rest until every single student feels like they have that adult advocate at school, that they feel like they have a sense of belonging, and that we are taking the hope that we have for their future and helping fill their buckets of hope so that they have hope for their future. That's what we're all about. And doing those things are going to make a world of difference. And then on the side, ensuring all of our protocols are in place, that we're practicing and rehearsing and developing people and communicating is positioning us and setting the conditions the best we possibly can.
That's good. Thank you. So, gentlemen, do you have anything?
Sure. You asked me if I'd ever want to teach. I have done adult education in the past, and that's not a bad gig, but my wife is a retired Latin teacher from Walnut Hills. And, so I heard plenty of stories, about, inner city schools, and Walnut Hills like the best there is in the Cincinnati area and among the best in the country. But the way the society is just degraded in recent decades, and, families are getting worse, kids are getting worse. It seems like there's shootings every other day. It's just, to go down that road today, it just keeps getting worse and worse and more difficult. My heart goes out to the teachers and administrators that have to deal with this. And it's, I wish it was a great job that everybody would love, and it's really not. It takes a special person to do that kind of work. So regardless of that, dittos to everything that the chairman said, and I do appreciate our partnership. One question I did want to ask you, you mentioned, and I just thought this was a little curious, you mentioned the former Amelia High School, which is now a middle school, and there was some transition issues with that footprint.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, the labyrinth of the school, there's lots of nooks and crannies in a high school that middle school kids can find themselves into, right? And so needing to have a lot of humans in a lot of different spaces to monitor, just because it's just so interesting how it was built. Like West Clermont High School, you just keep lapping it. You just keep going, it's like one lap after another, and it's very simple and clean. If you looked at an aerial view of it, all the different parts and pieces, not necessarily developmentally appropriate for a sixth grader. And so that's just one of the challenges in trying to keep order and manage, all those hormones and those young bodies. That's just a piece of it. So it's footprint is just a part of our challenge. I've had to throw a lot of staff at it to get the right kind of supervision and monitoring, because middle schoolers are the most at risk for some of the ails of society. Like they're learning, they're picking up things on social media, they're saying things without thinking. And they find themselves in trouble a little more often because all this is not formed up here as quickly as we want it to be, right? And so we've done some creative staffing to help that out, but it is truly, it's a challenge. It's a challenging building and footprint. It is.
Yeah, you mentioned there was a girl who wants to be a politician.
Yes.
I want to counsel her to maybe redirect.
Redirect. Well, that night I was able to introduce her to Mrs. Cochran, or Corcoran, so she was able to have a little mentor moment with her. So.
Very good.
Yeah, maybe a quick question. You mentioned legislation. Does that have to do with Rep. Tom Patton's legislation that he's looking at? I was talking with him recently about some initiatives to protect. Mr. Campbell's talked about this often in our community here. How do we protect seniors and those that are on fixed incomes? And so the state of Ohio, through legislation right now, is taking a look at that to where residents like seniors on fixed income would be able to vote on something, but not see that their tax assessment go up themselves. It's an interesting piece, but is that Rep. Tom
There's a lot
Patton's
of pieces of
legislation?
it. The way there's a new fair school funding model, and how that's going to be enacted is part of it. So and there's lots of pieces to that. I don't know if you want to.
I think what needs to look at is, as the superintendent said, there's a new fair school funding model. That was based on everything else being the same. And so when things start to change, then that apple cart's disrupted. I think there just needs to be the recognition that if you change one thing over here, it impacts something on the other side. And so it's just that balance.
Yeah.
That has to be done. I understand, the group that's on a fixed income, okay, and there's needs and responsibilities that we have towards that too, that we need to do. But I think everybody just needs to be aware that when we have changes legislatively, there's always good intent of what they want, but it also impacts something else. We just need to recognize that.
And the title, Fair School Funding, makes it sound like, fair funding for the schools, great. Well, it's not really fair for West Clermont. There's a lot of things that sound good on paper but don't really play out. For instance, as our numbers of students grow, which we are growing, we are not receiving more money for those students. And so that, it poses us space issues. We had to add modulars at one of our elementaries at Merwin this fall to deal with some of the explosion of population in that area. And people would just assume that, well, when you get more kids, you're going to get more money with it, and you don't. And so it's things like that, like once you get under the hood and you look at how it's going to be implemented, that there are challenges.
Interesting. No, thanks for the answer on that. Yeah, I think it's, if you're not tracking Rep. Patton's bill, or that he's going to be pushing through a committee, it's interesting because what it allows is individuals on fixed income and seniors to be able to vote. They're conscious of supporting the schools without it being a limiting factor on what their actual fixed income is, which is kind of an interesting, if the finance committee can make that work.
Yeah, and there's just some realities that I'll just mention of how the piece of the pie that the local is responsible for continues to grow every
Yeah,
year.
yeah.
The state is less and less responsible, local is more and more responsible.
Yeah.
And that's very challenging for a community. And
Yeah.
that's baked into the whole package.
Yeah, I think we can share a similar sentiment on that when we come to local government on that. But I do want to just share the attending your town halls, and like I talked with you, Natasha, for a while now. So I was going to be watching how your town halls go, because that's a strategic planning process that I thought was wonderful, and something that this board's taking a direction on. We've got a strategic plan presentation after this on Eastgate Mall. So it's very beneficial to see you as a community partner out and doing that, getting that feedback. So that April 27th, if you haven't attended, anyone here, definitely go. And being able to sit through the live training, something this board's been very supportive of. I know last June we were talking about that as far as critical incidents and responses. Trustee Becker was bringing up at the time the Uvalde incident, and maybe it was Missouri or Mississippi was the other state. But just want to make sure, hey, both chiefs, whatever resources you need, because there's nothing like that actual hands-on, training, live training, getting the logistics there, that it's great to sit down and do it, on the paper, but until you got to make the phone call or call somebody and the comms go out, it's, that's where the chaos gets presented, and it's
Well,
great
what I can
lessons
say
learned.
for sure is our guys are going in. Like,
Oh, yeah.
That is, there is no question about that with this team.
Oh, absolutely. They were absolutely the best. And we're just so proud to be able to sit there on the second floor and watch everything go down too. So Lieutenant Blankenship and Chief Reese got me in a position there, and be able to watch with our assistants police and some of your volunteers as well. But attending the town hall, I thought it was very interesting, the stats. Gentlemen, just kind of share for your knowledge too, what they're dealing with. Also, the depression and social media, that has been anxiety and all these negative, indicators on the rise. But then what really stood out to me was over the last decade, how students that are eligible to drive and basically other risk-taking type of behaviors has continued to drop and drop and drop. And if you think about that for risk-taking behaviors, you think, is that good? They're not taking risk. Well, when you've gone from 100% of your student body that drives, a decade ago, to 40% of them, or 40% of them are now working, it's kind of a negative feedback cycle. I think you're seeing anxiety, you're seeing this stuff go up, depression and lack of purpose, and then you're seeing, why do I need to drive? Why do I need to go do these things? And that's something that's a difficult issue that obviously your team's wrangling with. Like you said, 15 subs that are filling basically all those critical staff positions. So I think that's good on the community messaging. And then also just beneficial to be, I'm interested to hear where you go with your purpose and design, because I do think that it's something that, it's not the, what'd you say, it's agrarian? What is
Agrarian, like
agrarian?
the
Yeah, the
farmer
farmer's
calendar,
schedule.
yeah, the
I'll just
farmer's
keep it simple, the
calendar.
farmer's
Yes, that's
schedule.
right.
I brought that up in my small group. I said, do we really need to be on a farmer's schedule? It's because basically what they're saying here is, all the resources that go into this, and then assets and facilities are phenomenal, but at the same rate, they're a huge weight, just like you're talking about with the middle school, the old Amelia High School. And so I talked with a group member that works for the Clermont Public Library. I said, tell me, you're Monday through Friday, how full is your facility? The answer was, it's not. I said, well, that's great information, I think, for the schools to be looking at too, because if we're going to best prepare students for the future workforce, and frankly, the future workforce does not necessarily mean, hey, show up here at 7 a.m. and leave here at 5 p.m. It's independent and it's good judgment. It's that resiliency was the key thing, and in a resilient education environment or the workplace, those type of opportunities to have remote or different type of learning or facilitated learning, maybe 2-3 days a week at the Clermont, library. That's something that I think at least your team is working on getting the right feedback for. But all that's being, I think, considered to stave off what the question the chairman brought up, which was, is there a plan for levies or not? I think if you're able to embrace the future and and what's coming for that purpose, design, and educational programming, then that's where I think we get a great return on investment, and be able to use some things to the efficiencies that are out there in the real world that businesses are using. I mean, that's the nature of it. And last thing I'll just share, there was a student, so yes, there's the politician comment, but there was also a student that stood up and he said, he wants to be a firefighter, sorry police, he wants to be a firefighter at Station 49 to start his speech. And he went on and on and on, and he ended his speech with saying that he was going to get his start at Station 49 by being the cook, because he knows every firehouse has to have a good cook. And so it was just really cute. I found him afterwards and his mother, and I got his information, and we got him referred over to the chief, and we did a great tour. He was
Oh, you
so
already did
excited
it?
when he was offered the tour. He was
Okay.
just shaking. He was just so excited. And the mother and the whole family came out, and they thoroughly enjoyed it. They got to meet the whole crew, and Chief had a great discussion with them about his qualifications and what he needed to do, and help provide that feedback. So it was
That
really
kid's
special.
gonna be something, so yeah, watch out.
So
So thank you very much.
anyway, but thank you for your time coming in this
Thank you.
evening. Really appreciate it.
Thank
You
you.
both very much. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all the
Have a good
questions.
night.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next special presentation is on the Eastgate Mall. I think everyone in the township wants to know about this. I'm excited for it. Hear
No
your plan.
pressure, right?
And this is for the planning and redevelopment efforts on the Eastgate Mall. And,
Mr. Chairman, may I have a moment to introduce the speaker?
Please, please, please.
I am pleased this evening to present Randy Merrill, who is the head for McGill Smith Punchin. As you noted, this is about the Eastgate Mall planning and development. We've been talking for a period of time about working through a master planning process with the mall. We put out an RFQ in the end of October, early November, got 12 responses, a mix of local and national firms. We reviewed those with an internal team to determine who we wanted to talk to on a short list. We talked to a group of finalists, interviewed all the finalists, narrowed down to 2 firms, asked some additional questions, and this group impressed, I think, everyone that they spoke with through our contact. Has a large amount of experience, spoke with us with a lot of professionalism, personal touches, and really think they're going to bring a lot to the table. So I asked Mr. Merrill to come here this evening and talk a little bit about what that process would look like, and tell you guys a little bit about their team and what they're bringing to the table. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. If you want to go ahead and,
There you go.
we have a little slideshow that shows a little bit about who we are, how our team's made up, and our experiences. First slide shows you basically the main people of our team. It's McGill Smith Punchin. It's Smith G Studios, they're out of Nashville. WZHA, they're our planning consultant, they're out of Maryland. Benkin Associates, he is local, and TEC Engineers, that are also local. So one of the things we do when we go into these opportunities is try to put the best team we can. And we have been involved with many of these people for years, and Smith G Studios is a superb, excellent planning group. And they do this all over the country. And that's the main reason why they're there. WZHA, if you turn the page, kind of look a little bit about how our makeup is. And it says here, we've been around since 1856. Most of you might know us from the McGill Smith group that was based out of Amelia, while McGill Smith and Punchin merged in 1984. I came there in 1990, so I've been there a long time. So, tenure cannot be taught. And the list of experience that is on this team with Smith G, Sarah Woodworth, she is an excellent economic and market analysis, and she does this all over the country. And I think Benkin Associates, he used to be with MKSK, which is a major planning group in Ohio. They're also across a number of states.
And the reason we brought all these people together is that we all have different perspectives. We all have different expertises. But when you blend them together, you get a very powerful group that understand how to work together. One of the questions we were asked, how do we wrangle 11 owners? We know how to do that very well. And we talked about how this thing kind of unfolds, right? So you have a mall that's not functioning very well. And we called Sarah our rudder. She's the rudder of the ship. She guides us to where we need to go. Somebody said, what's the vision for this? Well, I don't really have a vision for this. I have a vision for the process that'll get us to the final solution. And you will all be part of that. A lot of people will be part of that. We have stakeholders, we have community groups, we have a lot of information. And I think one of the things I wanted to talk a little bit about is our experience. And if you kind of flip through some of the examples, and I'm not going to go into too much detail here, but each one of these is an example from one of us or our teammates. Sarah Woodworth with WZHA. I'm going to call her Sarah's team because WZHA is hard to say. Sarah's team did a significant marketing and economic study for the Bridge Street corridor up in Dublin. Extremely successful, and transformed that area by the use of her economic solutions. She also did the same thing, if you flip the station, for the Dayton Mall master plan, same kind of thing. She helped create the JED. She helped property owner discussions, which is a big deal for what we're doing. But a lot of what she does is the economic solution drives the ship. If you cannot handle the economy, you can't handle the market, it doesn't matter how many pretty pictures you draw up, it won't work. So, some of these, even in Landmark Mall up in Alexandria, Virginia, took a very kind of effective mall, and they're now turning it into a very successful mixed-use development. Go to the next one, and this is one that Smith G Studios has done in Tennessee, Madison Station Master Plan. And there's 2 pages for this because this is a significant project. If you go to the next page, you'll see the overall plan, but what it used to be and what it's now becoming. It's significant. It's about 30 acres, so it's actually smaller than what we're going to be dealing with, but it is a significant solution to a much-needed area similar to yours. You'll know this one. Clete Binkin was part of the team that developed the master plan for Summit Park. No, kind of enough said about that. That's a significant local project. We have been dealing with the Vintage Club since 2004. That's up off of Montgomery Road. Just like many master plans, you've got to be flexible. And you realize that in 2008, the economy changed, and the entire front of this development crashed. It completely changed what it was supposed to be to what it is now. You look on some of the pictures below, and there's a private-public partnership with the city of Montgomery dealing with a garage and a lot of infrastructure that allowed this to happen. Otherwise, it'd still be sitting vacant. So we understand how to do the private-public partnerships as well, which is probably a lot of what this is going to have to be. The next one is up in Westchester. A long time ago, we were asked to do a conceptual master plan for the entire Union Center corridor. And you see some of the projects we've actually designed and have been built from that master plan, and it's still being fulfilled today. So, some of these master plans take decades to fulfill. They just do. And you have to have the right circumstances, the right developer, the right economic solutions, and environment. One of the things that Smith G did was called the Gulch. If you've ever been to Nashville, Tennessee, the Gulch is a revitalized industrial area that they transformed into a very vibrant community. There's another picture there. It's amazing, $1.5 billion of investment that's been put into that particular site to make that happen. And then Cleet also is involved in the Northgate District redevelopment. So he brings a lot of different perspectives, which I really appreciate about Cleet and Hunter G. and Scott Morton. They all bring different pieces to the puzzle that we're going to be able to draw from. The next 2 pages are really just examples of our experience. When you look at the 109 examples that we've given you, 70 of them are from Smith G. So we're gonna use them to drive a lot of the solutions. And again, they offer the same kind of things we offer, but they offer it from a national perspective. We have a local flavor. We are committed to this. I'm a Clermont County boy, born and raised, lived here most of my adult life. And I remember when the mall was built. I was in college when that happened. And it's sad to see it where it is now. And I want to be part of the help to solve that. One of the things we also asked for is our process. So I'll give Susan and your team credit, they mapped out a very succinct process. And we followed that. We rearranged some things because of the sequential order. Some of the things on this list are concurrent. They happen together. Some of them are sequential. So I tried to map that out in a way that we could understand each of these. Now, I'm not defined what's in each one of these pieces. That's defined in our scope that we've given you. But each one of these takes a certain amount of time, and a lot of it depends on cooperation of the stakeholders. We may not be able to schedule Fortune 500 companies to come to the table when we want them to come to the table, so we have to have a little bit of flexibility of how we navigate that. And other than that, I mean, I can tell you how excited I am to be here. I mean, this is like my hometown, if you can call a township a hometown. You know, growing up in Bethel, that's where I grew up. I live in Milford, I live 10 minutes away. And this is extremely important to me. Like most people, when you have a local connection, you try a little harder. And I have a lot of passion for what I do, and my team has a lot of passion. I think you'll benefit tremendously from that. And with that, I will open up to any questions you guys might have.
Mr. Merrill, thank you very much. Great presentation. Your experience speaks for itself. I can clearly see why our administrator chose you out of the 12 that interviewed for this project.
Thank you.
These projects are very impressive. Yeah, well done. So I was going to ask, so just to break it down, you're saying ballpark based off this, we're looking at approximately, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, so a year and a half project
Well,
projected.
part of that is the selection process.
Okay,
So it's about 8 to 9 months.
okay, so 8 to 9 months to complete your project at your end,
Yes.
okay. So so everyone understands, well, I know it's different companies, but I'm just gonna say you and your team, okay? So
Right.
you and your team, basically, in layman's terms, you're gonna put a design together for this project. Now, I want you to know this, I wanna say this. I like that you're local, you understand what Eastgate Mall means.
Yes.
It's very near and dear to a lot of people in this community, it's a big deal, and they hate seeing it the way that it is now. It's private property, we don't own it, we're willing to do a partnership, whatever we gotta do to get the ball rolling. At least I'm willing to do a partnership. I think these two guys are as well. So you understand the challenge with Eastgate Mall, and it sounds like, I believe you said this, because you've got many owners that own that land, right? And you gotta bring them all to the table, and even though you put up your nice pictures and your design, we still gotta get everybody at the table to agree.
Well, right.
Talk to me about that, and
Okay.
and your experience with that.
Sure.
And, what are your thoughts?
It's like herding cats.
Sure.
Right? And one of the key things is that you're not going to get consensus. The best you can hope for is to get alignment.
Sure.
And, for example, is take the Sears property. Kroger's owns that.
Yeah.
They're going to do something there. So if we were to talk with them and say, we know what you're doing, but in the context of the whole thing, what if we flipped it around? What if we turned it the other way, opened it up, have a different experience for the general populace of this particular development? I mean, those are the kind of things we can show them very quickly. And again, you had different owners that had different agendas. Trying to identify those agendas, those key stakeholder pieces, and in a very systematic way. And it's not just them, it's a lot of other people. It's students, it's police, it's fire, it's all those things, it's utilities. You know, what can the Port Authority do for you? There's a lot of things that we've got to gather, which is probably the most important piece in this is the first 3 or 4 sessions, is due diligence, getting the information, understanding the constraints and opportunities. At some point, we'll do a SWOT analysis. That comes in after the economic information is gathered. We have all of our information from the stakeholders, from the physical attributes of what's there, and the economics is going to tell us what kind of happens. And then, once we do that, once we get the information, then we can start with the market study. Now, the market study will tell us what all these things kind of unfold can do. And from that market study, then we can start developing ideas. We don't really do that until we have all the information. And a lot of it is getting alignment, not necessarily consensus. I think that's the real key.
Which one of these projects, or maybe it's all of them, did you specifically have 5, 6, 7, 8 different landowners on the same property?
Okay, well, you know, Vintage Club, there was the master developer, which was Traditions, the city of Montgomery, the developer that bought the property from Traditions, the construction company that we work with, all the people that lived in the community that was having the things that were promised to them not being delivered, and they were not happy. And then you have the county and other entities like, Christ Hospital. They had their agenda. You had 7, 8, 9 different agendas going on at the same time with the backdrop of having promises not kept. So we got in the middle of that and had to solve it. And it was not easy, but with diligence and transparency, that's how you do that. Probably most of the developments we have maybe not 11, but certainly numbers of key stakeholders that have agendas that are completely different from each other. It's our job is to help understand what each one of those agendas, where the likenesses are, where the alignments become, and then we can identify those alignments and get agreement on those alignments.
Okay, good. So this project does not intimidate you, it sounds like.
Not at all.
So there's a lot at stake. This is a big deal. Everyone has talked about the mall, and it's a problem for 15, 20-plus years, and no one's done anything with it, ever. This is the first time the ball's ever been rolling with the mall. It's a lot at stake. And so, but I think you got a lot of experience. By the way, I like, just for the record, personally, what's the one in Tennessee, Madison, Tennessee?
Yes.
That's real pretty. I love that design.
Yeah.
And then, I think it was Dublin as well. Very, very sharp. I like it. But, gentlemen, I'll open up the floor. Mr. Vice Chair?
Chairman, you've been, I think, reading my mind. A lot of the questions you asked were the exact same things I was thinking. I guess the one question would be kind of a follow-up, and you may have already answered it, but if you'd like to just add anything. And it's along the lines that the chairman was just asking. So we got 11 owners. We have, I think, was it 6 maybe that have veto power?
Yeah.
So that's really the scariest part of all this. And so I guess the question is, and again, I think maybe you've already answered it, but which of the projects that you've done in the past comes closest to that experience, where you not only have nearly a dozen owners, but half of them with individual veto power?
I'm not sure about the veto power because I'm dealing with one right now in Sims Township for a single owner, but he's got a lot of leases he has to deal with, right? So it's not the same thing. But I think the Gulch is probably the one that Smith G would say is the closest to this, or Madison, I think it's the same thing. I'm not sure exactly how many owners they have, but I know in discussing it with them, the reason we put it in here is it's very similar to what we're going to be going through here. So a lot of the examples I've given you are fairly consistent. And I think one of the things that, now that you mention this, is that one of the things we do as we interview stakeholders and get their agendas, Sometimes it's easy to get them, sometimes it's not. We have to pull the information out of them. What architects do, what I do is ask them questions. And I get those answers, and they may not even understand this person's agenda is not that different from theirs. So trying to get alignment, trying to give them the information they need to make informed decisions about what's in it for them. Are they making money? Is this going to help them make more money? Is this going to help them elevate their profile and help the community? I mean, it's like it's sort of altruistic in some points, but it's also what's good for them. And every one of them have a different answer to that. Like the public storage guy, he wants apartments. He wants people who's going to use his facility. That's his agenda. I don't know that for a fact, but it would make logical sense that that would be something he would be very concerned about. Traffic patterns, safety. Do you return this thing inside out? You know, what do you do with the property along the highway? What about the noise? There's a lot of things to consider here, and they all have to be kind of identified and brought to the table and discussed openly amongst the stakeholders, not individually, but as a group. Because as a group, I think the group solves some of those problems by themselves.
Mr. Chairman, I do have one follow-up. You mentioned, as you gave your presentation, you mentioned potentially with Kroger's perhaps reconfiguring, you know, or flipping their building opposite direction. So is that a specific recommendation, or is that an example of what
Well,
might be a recommendation?
it's an example, because we don't
Okay,
know
that's
what they're doing. So they don't know what we're doing. They only know what they know. So as we start, they may influence the solution. We may influence their solution based upon, oh, if I do this, I didn't know I could do that. I've changed the parameters. I've changed the game. So that's part of this thing is, it's a constant evolution of what about this, what about this? Well, one of our jobs is to help show those opportunities for them.
Thank you.
Mr. Logue? Yeah, I was just wanting to highlight and say, we did just lose our representatives from West Clermont Schools, but as a piggyback from their presentation.
Come on over.
This is very important to them because, you know, this is something where the mall and the property can be a significant gravity on the overall community. And some communities that don't take the time and energy and resources to do a master planning session like this, they're going to just say, well, the plan is, it's like a golf course, it has to get sold 7 times before the 7th and 8th person make money.
Right.
That's unacceptable because it's going to bring down the entire property values of the overall township, economics, everything in the township. It's going to harm the schools significantly, you know, and it's just going to set things back decades. So it's strategically aligning, bringing resources to the table so the gravity doesn't fall so far and pull everything down so far, and we can be engaged, you know, in a forward process there.
And there's another factor here, that although we have a lot of owners that own their property, you also have owners that want to sell the property. So what do you do to attract the developers that come in and actually make this happen? So, you know, we live in the development world. Probably 40% of our clients are developers. We understand what they need. We understand how to make sense in their world.
Well, and I think for the board's perspective on it too, and it shares along the line that you're going there, is, you know, from my experience talking with business owners and stakeholders, community members in the region over the last couple years, but explicitly about the mall property, it lines up exactly what you're saying, that when there's a master plan or there's something in, you know, in sight as to what this can be, that either brings in new partners that want to be part of it, and it gives an off-ramp and an exit for partners that do not want to be a part of it. And it lets them exit and get out. And so maybe there's no longer 11, but maybe it dwindles down. You know, maybe I'm not part of this, but here's my buyout.
Right.
Whatever, there's value that becomes unlocked. And it's just exciting to see them all develop, you know, property being made a top priority for the township, and to see action being taken towards that goal, because I just firmly believe that this master planning process will unlock tremendous value for the township. And again, I'll reiterate, it's unacceptable to plan for decades of decline. And I feel like it's something that we must act now. And I'm proud that we are. This board pledged, you know, back in October to give the authority up to $1 million to take those non-revenue producing costs off the table, this being one of them. The ability to use ARPA funding if that's deemed necessary. for this process, because again, it's something that's very vital to the community. Like I said, we cannot have the gravity fall so far. So looking forward to the process. You recommended or stated barriers. You made the comment about potential barriers, at least that's what I heard, barriers in the aspect of if the timeline, if some community members don't want to come to the table or they have a hard time clearing their schedule, work with our staff.
Yes.
And they know that we're always asking for projects to say, hey, is there, do you need a resource? Do you need someone that we can reach out to and get a hold of somebody? So if someone's being a barrier, I'm always about, hey, ask the police and fire. They hear me say all the time as far as, hey, if there's resources that you need a barrier cleared, I'm happy to run through a wall. Did it in Iraq, I'll do it here, so.
And I am not shy, so if I need help, I'll ask for it.
Sounds great. And then, it looks like it'll be an exciting 194 days.
Yes.
So that's exciting to be able to, because everyone wants to flash back to, what was it? What was the time frame when there's about a 2-week notice where the mall was going to go for auction? And it's like, there's no strategic master plan that has been put in place.
Right.
And so you don't really have a very exciting auction period because, there's no weather balloon to even say, who are the partners and what's the investment? What will the community support? What are we hearing from the community? What are the stakeholders saying? So to me, this is, as you go through this process of the parameters, the site analysis, that economic framework, the public meeting for SWOT, strength, weakness, opportunity, threat analysis, the market analysis, having the community feedback, public presentation, going through draft and finally getting to a master plan.
Yeah.
That's very exciting. So I think, similar to the town halls the West Clermont's going through. I mean, ask the public and, ask all the stakeholders to engage. So,
And you need that. You need complete a representation of your community, not just one piece, not just the owner of a property. Because, again, one of the things when we do master plans, we know they have to be flexible and they're probably going to change. We want them to be implementable, not just put on the shelf. You want to get somebody excited about it. So how do you do that? Well, you do that with clear, concise, effective plans.
Yeah.
That's flexible, that can be moved, that can be changed. It depends on, if one guy wants to do this, but it fits within the general constraint of the property, then by all means. But you guys, as your zoning can help, your zoning redo of that area can help sculpt that.
Correct, yeah, and those are all
Yeah.
things that are synergies that can work hand in hand, as we'll learn with
Right.
that. The last comment I think I'll just share with the board, Dan Rolfus has been a community member that's always been very interested in the business environment, business community, has always taken an interest in that, real estate and development. And I remember speaking with him when the Holiday Inn went for auction, I believe, as well. And it said, it really doesn't create a lot of energy because, again, it's right there next to the mall property and no one has a plan for what that is. So, talking from that and getting that feedback, that is something that stakeholders are interested, to be able to have their hands on and see. So I think it's a
Absolutely.
great place for the local government to be able to help support, what is vital to the overall community.
Mr. Merrill, thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. McCormick, would you mind heading up and seeing if there's any public comment cards? And then I always like to try to recognize any special guests. I see our Commissioner, Mr. Dave Painter. Appreciate you being here, sir, very much.
Sir, we are having a problem with our countdown here, so I'll keep track
You
of
got
the
it?
time.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Perfect. You got a few? Okay, perfect. Yep, good look at that. Okay, one for the zoning case on the Holman Motors property. I'm gonna ask that you hold off talking until we get to the zoning case, just because you'll have to repeat yourself, and I would hate for you to do that. But the others, okay, let me see here. Okay, we've got, looks like Pat Wiggins. Is there a Pat Wiggins here?
There she is.
Oh, hi, Miss Pat, come on up. I remember you from last month.
Yes.
Ms. Wiggins, I got a, oh, no, I did not. It's public comments. Please, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, this has nothing to do with residential/commercial.
Yes, ma'am.
This, on March 16th, we talked to Mark McCormick and told him we were willing to have our backyard dug up for drain pipe to creek and can leave retention pond at the same location if Honda would be responsible for the pipe. Call back on March 17th, and Mark said message got to Honda. Ralph called Honda, left phone message with Jim Woodall on answering machine on March 20th about putting drainage in backyard and leaving retention pond in the same location. And as today, no callback from Honda. We talked to John McManus, director of the storm drainage, and he advised us to go to the building department and talk to Heather Woodall, and he could see while talking to him the different size pipe and all the problems. So far, no plans have been submitted. Retention pond will help Austin, but it'll be directed to our front yard where there is already a problem, as you saw on the pictures. On March 14th, we asked to have it directed to our backyard where there isn't a problem. On August 11th, 2022, Kelly Blair and Jim Woodall said they would tear down the fence that is falling down, and it would be a priority. It is pushing May, and no one has talked about removing it. We are agreeing to leaving the retention pond at the same location, even if we don't want it that close to our house. If in return, direct the drainage pipe across our backyard to the creek, even if we don't want our yard dug up. New fence of our choice is quoted on the last trustee meeting, and to tear down the old fence that promised to go in August as a priority. Want to add, they are cutting the grass in front but not backyard like last year, and we will even put up with long grass and mosquitoes. We are coming here today because you told us that we need to work together. We are trying. Hope Honda can do the same.
Ms. Wiggins, thank you very much. And so, I've got your information, and Ms. Ayers, would you mind connecting her with the Hondes folks, and let's get this taken care of?
I have a
Absolutely.
question.
Please, yeah.
Just so I'm understanding what you're asking for, because I remember we had this discussion once. So if I'm remembering correctly, originally you suggested to run the pipe across the back of your property, and then you changed your mind because you'd be responsible for maintaining the pipe if it were to collapse or something.
Exactly.
And now what I think I'm hearing you're saying, so I'll just clarify, you want to go back to that plan, but have Honda agree that they would be responsible for maintaining that pipe or any repair to it. Is that correct? Is that what you're
That's
asking for?
correct. We do not want the water going into our front yard.
I understand, sure.
So that's why we talked it over, and we said, we'll do anything, but we don't want that.
Okay.
And even John McManus said what he could see why we were concerned. So we're willing to agree with whatever to solve that problem, plus the fence. We were against it. They told us, we talked to them several times in the summertime about the fence, and they said, oh, there will be barriers, So we at one time said we didn't want that fence because of the fence that they have now at two different locations. And so before the meeting started at the zoning, we were talking to them, and we said, how come we don't have a barrier? And they said, well, if we put a barrier, we put a fence by your pine trees, we'll kill your pine trees. So they made a joke out of it, I guess. I don't know, but we took it serious. So anyway, so that's why we changed our mind completely on everything. We want the fence like he My husband said at the meeting, he'll consider one fence. And we've already got estimates and everything on that. So we're trying to do our part, but when they're ignoring us, I mean, they could at least come back and say, well, you know, it's gonna take time, we got this going or whatever, but it's silent. So,
Yeah, that all makes sense to me. Yeah, Ms. Ayers will follow up with the people at Honda, and someone will get back to you.
yes, okay,
Perfect.
thank
We'll be
you.
back in touch with you this week.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wiggins, very much.
Okay,
Appreciate
thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, looks like a Miss Janet Kravitz.
Yeah, I forgot to do precedent setting on that.
Yeah.
Try to,
I got it, thanks. Then Ms. Kravitz, I forgot to do this, Ms. Wiggins, but please state your name and address for the record, and then just to remind. Oh, that's okay.
No problem.
That's okay, and that mic works right there, please feel free to hold it, and then take as much time if you need, up to 5 minutes, okay?
Okay.
And
and,
please, yeah, please,
bring
go
it
ahead.
back down.
Now, we're on the same subject, so can we have 10 minutes?
Yeah.
It needs to be sequential, so if we could hear from you, ma'am, and then we could hear from your neighbor.
Sure.
Okay. How do you get this
And
out?
did you both fill out a card? Did you fill out a
No.
card, ma'am?
Yeah, my name is Connie Conover.
Did
Yes, she
we set
did.
the next
Correct.
card?
Yes, actually,
Perfect.
yeah, that's
So
correct,
We'll
yeah.
take one, then the next.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Kravitz.
Okay, the reason I came and I really didn't really understand what was going on in our neighborhood before, like today, I thought they were just doing the cables and the satellite TV. I didn't know they were doing the curbs, or I would have.
Hold on.
In Brandon Drive, they're working on satellite TV and cable, and also they started working on curbs. And my concern is, with the way the sidewalks are now and the curbs, I can't get down with my power chair down the curbs because they're like all messed up. Also, there's many, and Connie took pictures. There's many gaps in the sidewalks. It's a real mess. The other problem is in order for me to get from my side of the street to the other side of the street, I have to go down a driveway or something. There has to be some place that's flat that's at a slope that I can get down on my power chair. Now, I'm not just speaking for myself. There's quite a few handicapped people in our development. We have many ranch-style homes. People moved into that development because they have disabilities. When I moved in 20 years ago, I didn't have a disability. I was fine. I could walk 3 miles. That's not the case anymore. But I was looking ahead, you know, who knows? I might need a place with sidewalks and, you know, you can get around. So I just wanted to make sure, and they've already started doing this work. So I want to make sure that they're following ADA regulations,
Yes,
that these slopes are going to be okay to use with a power chair or a scooter or a wheelchair.
We're talking about sidewalks, correct?
Pardon?
Talking about sidewalks, correct? Or the street itself?
Yes, I'm talking about
Sidewalks.
the sidewalks and the curbs to get down and the driveways to get down. Now, maybe they can't do every driveway in the development, but maybe they can do it, they can make a slope on the driveways for those of us who have disabilities. I don't know. There's a lot of different possibilities. Now, go ahead, Connie, tell them what the guy said this morning.
So,
No, and then, can you do me a favor, Ms. Conover, can you state your name and address for the record, please?
yeah, my name is Connie Conover, and I'm at 4187 Brandon Moore.
Thank you, okay.
Okay. So I came home from dropping my grandson off at school this morning, and I thought, you know, I'm going to stop and ask these guys that are working on the grates and rebuilding the sewer drain along the street. That's what I've seen happening. And I wanted to know what other things that they were going to do to this neighborhood. It's a pretty large subdivision by my standards, I guess. And he said that, and I said specifically, the curb where there's a corner, I'm not exactly sure what the term is for those, but it's at each corner, there's a little dip so that somebody who's handicapped or whatever the proper term is, can get down it easily, whether they're in a wheelchair or walking. And because what I've noticed is my husband recently developed Parkinson's disease, and there's a lot of people in our neighborhood that also have Parkinson's disease. There's one gentleman that can't even stand up straight. He's almost at a 45-degree angle. My husband also suffered an eye stroke. He cannot see from here down in his right eye. So it's very hard to go up and down steps when you can't see what's in front of you. But I'm also concerned about Janet when she's in her wheelchair. I've got pictures, I don't know, can I submit these?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, come on up.
Fiscal officer. Fiscal officer.
Oh, yeah, that's okay. Yeah, go ahead. Go get it around.
Tom, you can put that to.
We have to
that's the
follow a
narrative.
standard process for every person that comes up
It's
in the
okay.
matter,
That's
so.
okay. No problem.
Thank you.
That's just the ADA, something I took off of the internet about the ADA requirements.
I appreciate that.
So what I've seen in these crosswalk, these corner crossing areas, is that there's a big separation between the curb and the sidewalk. And you'll see a couple of pictures where I can put 2 fingers in that gap. Some I can put 3 or 4 fingers in that gap. There's been settling of the settling of the curb or settling of the sidewalk, which doesn't make it level. And our subdivision, I'm not exactly sure how old it is. I've lived there 21 years. But nonetheless, there's been some settling over the years. And I'm afraid that the front wheel on her chair is going to go sideways when it goes into one of these divots. And she could tip over. And heaven forbid that anything like that would happen. But we're just wondering. So I asked one of the workers there this morning, and I said, so are you going to be redoing the curbs at the crossing areas? And he said, no, not all of them. He said, and they just took some of them off of the list today. So, but I think there's maybe 1 or 2 of our corner crossings that doesn't need help. And I'd like to see this remedy, because of the fact that, and I don't have it included with those pictures, but I have a couple of pictures. I'm 70 years old, and our neighborhood is getting older and older. People move into those ranch houses because they're going to be on one level. And I've seen more and more ramps to front doors. People are in wheelchairs. And with COVID, people are trying to get out of their houses. And we have the luxury of having sidewalks. But if we can't use them, it's, no good.
So I sympathize. My mother's in a wheelchair as well. I understand completely. Brenda Moore, isn't that right off of Clough Pike, right before you get to Hamilton County?
Yes.
Oh, I know that neighborhood very well. I think one of our very good friends of this board lives there. And we
Yes.
love that neighborhood. We love that neighborhood, and it's great. So I tell you what, here's what we're going to do. Mr. Taylor is our safety director, and Miss Ayers, I've got your information. And Mr. Taylor, can you swing by that neighborhood sometime soon and check it out while they're working on the projects? And, okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to say is they're working on it now, and I didn't realize they were going to be doing the curbs and the sidewalks. Is there any way that, Mr. Taylor, that I could take you around in my power chair and show you the situation? So that you could actually see, like, being in a wheelchair or power chair?
Yeah, so what we'll do is, and I don't, hate to, so just, you have to make sure your comments are directed towards the Board of Trustees here. So what we'll do is, Mr. Taylor's a great guy. He has no problem working with anyone. He'll be in touch with you, and him and his team will walk around and see exactly what you're talking about, and Township can help you, we'll help you. I don't have a problem with that at all. Yeah. This way.
Okay.
And so, and I hear you loud and clear, because you need to be able to, everyone needs to be able to use the sidewalks, wheelchair, not wheelchair, whatever. Yes, you need to be able to use them, absolutely.
Okay, there were two other things I wanted to address.
Yes, ma'am.
Real quick, because I know we've taken up quite a bit of time. Some people, and I don't think they're doing it on purpose, but they just, they don't think, because they're not in a wheelchair. The law in Ohio is you're supposed to leave the sidewalks clear, you're not supposed to park your car coming over into the sidewalk. And sometimes when people have guests, they're not always watching out for the guests because they're having a party, So, I was thinking it would be nice to have a sign up at the entrance of Brandon Moore, at the entrance coming off of Birchwood, saying, no, do not park on the sidewalks. That's all. And the other thing is, you're only allowed to park on one side of our street because we have fire hydrants on one side. You're supposed to park on the other side. But I don't think we have any signs to that effect.
Okay.
And I think it would be good to have a sign so, people who are coming and they're guests of somebody, they see the sign, they know what the rules are.
Yes, ma'am.
One other thing about the signs is the first picture that you see, I believe, is our street sign that says Brandon Moore on it. But we've lost the Clough Pike sign.
Can do that.
I assume it fell off. I don't know. The wind probably took it as bad as we've had
Got it.
winds.
That can be done.
And then as I've noticed, so today I went down the street and took pictures of every corner. I noticed that as the subdivision was built in several different stages, that those access points got lower and lower and lower. So I guess the last part of the subdivision that's closer to the back of Kroger is probably more compliant with current ADA rules. But Janet's right, our curbs in the first couple of sections are so steep that it's hard to get up and down those.
Okay, yes, ma'am, loud and clear. Oh,
They,
yeah.
and they did, over on Northport, which is Hamilton County, which is right next to us, they did just complete their sidewalk transformation. And they look like I took my power chair and I went from Birchwood all the way down to Julius Park and back. And I was able to do it with their adaptations that they've done. They messed up a little bit by the elementary school, so I'm gonna have to notify them about that, because, you always need the handicapped people, and let people know what's going on.
Yes, ma'am.
But anyway, for the most part, they've done a pretty good job. And they also have those, what do you call it, those mats out for the.
Oh, with the little dots
For the
people
visibly-
that can't see?
Yeah, for the visibly impaired. So
Overtime, and I would suggest
that's another thing, while they're doing it, they might as well, do it for,
Come up to the ADA?
come out to the standards.
Got it, and I don't mean to cut you off, but we do have the five, it's been over 10 minutes, so, but I've got detailed notes, and I'm gonna pass it off to Ms. Ayers, and we will definitely get in contact with you.
Okay, and I don't know if I gave my address at the beginning. Do you
Oh.
have?
It's on your card.
Ms. Conover?
And we'll be
Oh.
back in touch with you
Yeah.
this
Okay.
week.
Perfect, thank you, ladies,
All right,
very
thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Everybody?
Thank you.
Yeah.
I know, I'll just say as you're running things on, Ms. Ayers is gonna look
Thank you.
into all aspects. I know, I saw you write down about the no parking signs. Matt, Mr. Taylor, I'm just thinking initially, if there's an HOA out there or whatever, it's typically a good thing for HOA to get involved in, because sometimes the HOAs don't want the no parking signs because it becomes a visual.
Correct.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
sir.
just, you guys know you guys know your stuff,
We can
you're the
place it at
experts,
the
so
beginning
thank
of
you.
each of the neighborhood, posting the signage.
Perfect.
Let's get into why most of you are probably here. Which, by the way, I love that family members and friends and officers from all over the community, not just in Union Township, come and support our folks when they get promoted. I love it. It's great. Love the camaraderie. So with that, our next item on the agenda is personnel actions. And actually, before I begin, I'm going to have our Chief of Police, Mr. Tony Reese, please go and introduce them, please.
Thank you, Mr. Dills.
This evening, I'm presenting Sergeant Rodney David Combs for promotion to the rank of lieutenant. After a thorough assessment, Sergeant Combs was selected for promotion among an excellent group of candidates. Sergeant Combs started his career with the Union Township Police Department in March of 1998 as a patrol officer. He served as a field training officer and a pharmaceutical diversion officer while assigned to the patrol division. In January 2006, Sergeant Combs was assigned to the investigative unit, and in March of 2015, he was promoted to the rank of sergeant. He is a 1997 graduate of Wilmington College, where he earned a Bachelor's of Arts degree, majoring in criminal justice and minoring in sociology. He's a 1997 graduate of the Sinclair Law Enforcement Training Academy, where he earned his Ohio Peace Officer certification. In 2010, Sergeant Combs graduated from an accredited polygraph school, and he's one of the agency's examiners. In 2016, Sergeant Combs graduated from the Administrative Officers course at the Southern Police Institute in Louisville, Kentucky. And in January of 2022, he graduated from the Ohio Association of Chiefs of Police Certified Law Enforcement Executive course. Sergeant Combs has served 25 years with the Union Township Police Department, and he's received excellent performance appraisals from his supervisors. Since joining the department in 1998, he's demonstrated through consistent top performance his commitment to serving the citizens of the Union Township. And I am pleased and proud to request the board's endorsement of Sergeant Rodney David Combs for promotion to the rank of lieutenant, effective April 12th, 2023.
Thank you, Chief. Gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion to confirm the promotion and appointment of Sergeant Rodney Combs to the position of lieutenant effective April 12, 2013, at a probationary rate of 50.94 an hour.
So moved.
Second.
Gentlemen, discussion.
Any relation to Rick Combs?
None.
He obviously gets that all.
Well, he's retired from the sheriff's office. I don't know. Hey, I appreciate the service you've been providing to our community. It appears you've earned this promotion, and I'm excited to be a part of it.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Mr. Logue?
Yeah, hey, excited for the promotion. You were just in not too long ago for one of the employee appreciation.
Last month.
How many years? Yeah, it was
25.
last month. Okay. All right.
25 years.
Feels like at least 6 months.
All right, that's pretty funny. Yep, you're on it there. So that's the type of humor and wit too you can expect out of him at any point in time. We were caught in a downpour, and I just sat there and talked with him because he's great. So so thrilled to have you out in the community and here in the township and as an employee, and excited for this promotion for you. So I see your family here with you, right?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. You gotta be very proud. Thanks for sharing him with us, and whole family serves. So thank you. Yeah.
Rodney, point your family out to me real quick.
This is my wife Bridget, my daughter Claudia, my niece Ida, my mother-in-law Diana, my nephew Kirk, and there's my sister Susan.
Love it.
Wonderful.
Excellent. Sir, whenever we have promotions, I always call our chiefs, and whichever one it is. And I called Tony today, and I said, give me a rundown. And he said, well, Rodney Combs is a no-brainer, Mr. Dills. So you've got big shoes to fill. Former Lieutenant Reese, you'll be having his office, I assume. And my one ask to you was the same ask over there. I just said, please be a leader. Don't stay in your office, and get down and get to know your troops on a daily basis, the ins and outs. Officers go through a lot every single day. Sometimes they have very easy days, and sometimes they have very hard days that curveballs are thrown their way. And they're dealing with that, personal life, whatever, and just be that leader that absolutely cares and gets to know them on a first-name basis, and, their family as well. I challenge you with that. So,
I made that challenge, sir. I appreciate
but anyone that Chief Reese says it's a no-brainer is a no-brainer for me. So I thank you for being here for 25 years and being loyal to this township and this community. So hopefully you're here for many more years to come, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Lieutenant, congratulations.
You see us coming, sitting there talking in the rain? Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome aboard to it.
Thank you, Janet. Appreciate you. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate you.
And And then stick around, we'll get a picture with you as soon as we're done here.
Pretty dress right there.
Yeah, they're gonna do that.
Gotta get her his pen.
So we'd like to present on behalf of the trustees and Chief Reese, we'd like to present you with a certificate of promotion. Rodney D. Combs to lieutenant, effective April 12th, 2023. Congratulations, sir. And we have his wife and his daughter here. It's going to pin his badge on.
Love it.
There you go, Claudia. You can present your father with his lieutenant.
There you go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am. Chief Reese, I'll turn the floor over to you again, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Dills. This evening, I'm also proud to present Detective Scott Marshall Jr. for promotion to the rank of sergeant. After thorough assessment, and one I might add that 18 people applied for, Detective Scott Marshall was selected for promotion among an excellent group of candidates. Detective Marshall served in the United States Army and was active duty from 2008 to 2012. He's a 2012 graduate of the University of Cincinnati Clermont College Police Academy. He started his career with the Ohio State Patrol in November of 2012 as a state trooper. Detective Marshall started with the Union Township Police Department in October of 2014 as a patrol officer. He served as a field training officer, a bike patrol officer, directed patrol officer, all while assigned to the patrol division. Detective Marshall was assigned to the investigative unit in April of 2021, where he's held the role of lead detective on major cases. Detective Marshall was an active member in the Union Township Honor Guard and the Clermont County Special Response Team. He's a 2023 graduate of the American Military University, where he earned an Associate's of Arts degree in criminal justice. Since joining the police department in 2014, he's demonstrated through consistent top performance his commitment to serving the citizens of Union Township. I am pleased and proud to request the board's endorsement of Detective Scott Marshall Jr. for promotion to the rank of sergeant effective April 14th, 2023.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief. Chief, I didn't get, how many years has he been with UT? Okay.
8?
It'll be 8.5. Yes, sir.
Okay, so we'll say 9. Gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion to confirm the promotional appointment of Detective Scott Marshall Jr. to the position of sergeant effective April 12th, 2023, at a rate of $45.23 an hour in accordance with our current CBA.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion, gentlemen. Mr. Vice Chair?
So you were number one out of 18 candidates for the position?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's awesome.
Yes, we have as Chief has said multiple times, we've got a deep bench, and I'm very proud of everybody who participated in it, yes.
That's awesome. All right, well, thank you for your service to the community, and we'll look forward to many years of working with you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Logue?
Yeah, thank you. Well, as Trustee Becker kind of states, take me off that path real fast, but, you just demonstrate your leadership right there, too. You paid compliment to the other 17 individuals that sought, and applied for the position. And appreciate that, because I think, my conversation I had with Chief Reese over the years is that strikes the balance there of the hard and the soft skills, that when you're in leadership positions, you're the face of the township with a lot of different individuals and a lot of different volatile situations. And you don't necessarily want throwing fuel on fires when it's unnecessary and not needed. So it's a demonstration of great leadership and judgment, which I know you have. And testament, I'm sure, also to your years in the Army service as well. It has helped to prepare you with the hard and soft skills for this endeavor and this leadership. So how many years Army?
4 years, sir.
4 years. So 8.5, but 4 years Army, right? Active duty. So
Yes, sir.
that's you look at the total and whole of the person. What I'll ask and what I'll say also to the Chief, and as you just alluded to with that too, it's all about that mentorship and training others up, and the ability to give that. And we've talked about the books, we've talked about reading lists, we've talked about what are ways that we can always push and push, for people to have that self-awareness to see, yeah, this is something I do need to go push through, or, this is something that check the box, but I don't like, but I need to do it because it's a value and it's a reason for doing it. So, again, it's the hard and soft skills. So great. Can you share, this is what you do for your birthday, or?
Yes. I was very fortunate this year that the timing worked out.
Is your mother here with us tonight?
Yes, so I've got a whole slew of family. We'll start on the end with this is my stepfather, Steve, my grandfather, Rex, my sister, Lily, my mother, Bobby, my wonderful wife, who's the reason why I'm here today, holding our 5-month-old son, Lincoln.
Oh.
And then I've got my daughter, Audrey, my son, Landon, and my father-in-law, Brian, my brother-in-law, Josh, and my mother-in-law, Deanna.
Wonderful.
I brought everybody today.
I like it. I like it.
I mean, doubling up for the birthday and the promotion.
Yes,
so I mean, that's exciting. Great reason for family to get together. So you got a beautiful family and a great support network. And like I said before, it's the whole family serves. So thank you. So thank you for investing in him so you can be here for the township. So thank you.
Love it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Logue. So, I assume birthday promotion, are you going to celebrate tonight, or?
Yes,
No?
yeah, yes.
Is out of all the moms and dads that I just heard you, are they going to babysit for you for a few hours?
I think they're all going to join us.
Oh, okay, fair
Celebrate
enough.
everything tonight, yes.
Question, 4 years Army, were you not good enough to get in the Air Force? We can do that because we served, yeah, we're allowed, we can poke at each other.
I've got a good friend of mine, Clay Zimmerman. We give it to each other all the time.
I love it. I love
We're
it.
used to it.
I love it. I don't think there's any doubt, but the other 17 officers that did not get your position, be humble and make sure to lift them up and encourage them and be a leader for them. And because they would love to be sitting in your shoes right now.
Yes, sir.
But same thing when I called Chief Reese and asked about you. He said it was a tough choice, but really you were the right one for the future of our department. So your chief respects you, I respect you, and so but just make sure to be a mentor to those other folks as well and lift them up. Okay, I challenge you with that.
Yes, sir.
But that's all I got. Happy birthday, my friend.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Congratulations, sir. Congratulations.
Take care. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you.
Congratulations, sir. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you. Chief.
Scott, on behalf of the board and Chief Reese, I'd like to present you with your certificate of promotion. Scott R. Marshall Jr. is hereby promoted to rank of sergeant in the Township Police Department.
Guys, wanna go grab your pictures?
Yeah.
right, moving on to our next item on the agenda is our department reports. With our department heads, we will start with our fire and emergency medical service with Chief Stam Dinley. Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Dills. For the month of March, there were 244 fire and service calls, 576 emergency medical responses with 579 total patients. The department completed 1,921 hours of training. We're involved in 27 public education details. We had 60 hours of paramedic EMT ride time on the paramedic units, completed 396 life safety inspections, and completed 2 inspections with the Clermont County Building Department. A couple items I'd like to just touch on kind of quickly here. Superintendent Adams touched on Friday, March 31st, a full-scale incident response exercise took place at West Clermont High School. And just to kind of put that in perspective for everybody, the participating agencies that were involved in that was the Union Township Police Department, the Union Township Communication Center, Union Township Fire and EMS, the Clermont County Sheriff's Office, Central Joint Fire and EMS, Pierce Township Fire and EMS, Pierce Township Police Department, Union Township Citizens Police Academy Alumni Association, the West Clermont Administration, West Clermont staff, UC Emergency Physicians Group, and University of Cincinnati Air Care. It was time well spent. It was a great exercise. There were a lot of valuable lessons learned that can be used for incidents of any kind within Union Township and really throughout the area. So I think it was good time spent. It was well thought out, and specifically, I just want to call out that Mike Overby from West Clermont and Lieutenant Scott Blankenship spent many hours over several months developing, planning, so that it could be executed to the level that it was. It was very worthwhile, and a lot of good lessons were learned, and a lot of experiences, and a lot of stuff that we can take back to other emergencies. Secondly, this evening, I just wanted to talk on that ISO has very recently notified us that our public protection classification in Union Township will change effective July 1st of this year. Union Township has had an ISO rating for the last several years of a 3X rating. And effective July 1st of this year, our classification will improve to a Class 2, 2X rating. And just for anybody that's not familiar, when we talk about ISO ratings or the fire suppression rating schedule, that's on a scale of 1 to 10, where 1's the very top of the scale, and 10's, for most practical purposes, no fire protection at all. That ISO comes out and regularly does reviews of fire departments. In fact, the ISO rating schedule publishes public protection classifications for some 40,000 fire departments across the United States. And of those 40,000, give or take, agencies that are evaluated, there's only about 5% that are a 2 or 1 rating across this country. So it's a big deal to improve to an ISO rating of 2. And when they come out and evaluate a fire department, it's more than just the fire department. The actual breakdown of the evaluation is they evaluate your communication center, in this case Union Township's communication center, number of phone lines, number of distribution lines, your radio connections, how you dispatch fire departments, the time frame it takes to process those calls, the time it takes to get those calls out, to notify the fire department they have a response someplace. That's 10% of your overall rating. 40% of your overall rating is based on a water supply system, so distribution of water mains, fire hydrants, testings of those systems. And then 50% of that is a direct evaluation of your fire department. That's staffing, that's vehicles, that's equipment, that's training, that's everything that you do throughout the year with the fire department. So we should be very proud of that. We're very proud of the 3 rating And we're very, very proud that we're able to step up and improve that to a 2. And just to explain the 2X and the 3X, that X classification just applies to properties that are more than 1,000 feet from a reliable water source. So we have some properties still within it, that's very few, but Lower Baldwin, Benning Road, some of that area that doesn't have public fire hydrants. So those would be a 2X versus a 2. You still get credit for all the other things, the fire department and the communication center, you just don't get credit for the water supply. And that concludes my report unless there's any questions.
Chief, thank you very much. Congratulations, sir. What an honor, and I appreciate that explanation as well. I follow our firefighter Facebook page, and I've noticed we've been pretty busy putting out fires and partnering with other neighboring communities, not just our community, but we'll send our troops out and help out the other communities, and good job. Yeah, well done.
Yeah, it's been busy.
It's been very busy.
Several weeks.
Yeah.
We've had several fires of our own, some very significant fires within the township. Last week, we had 4 units down fighting a fire that we were there for 6+ hours in Batavia Township. Also last week, we had 4 units down helping the city of Milford. And of course, that horrific crash on 275, we had 4 units down in Anderson Township for that incident. And you know, I'm very happy and very proud that, you know, the mutual aid system is in place and we have very excellent working relationships with all these departments. And, you know, we were down in those areas that I just talked about, and we had a very significant fire on Avina Drive off of Mount Carmel Tabasco, and we had Pierce Township and Anderson Township assisting at that fire. So the door swings both ways, but yeah, it's been a very busy time for us.
Yeah, well done, sir. I see here 35 firefighters, EMSs, and 1 vacancy. I take that as, how many positions do we need to fill? Now, I know you're gonna say we could always use 10, 20 firefighters, I know that, but, you know, how many?
Thank you for receiving that.
Yeah. So, how many are we currently actively recruiting to hire right now?
So we have 1 current vacancy, and we have 2 additional positions that we hope to fill this calendar year that have been appropriated through the budget process. So to answer your question, we have 3.
3, okay.
Currently, and we actually have 3 people that are advancing on in the hiring process, and they're
Excellent.
actually at background and polygraphs as we speak. So
Good,
we're-
excellent.
We're
Love
moving right
hearing that.
along.
That's good, that's good. Mr. Becker?
I'd just like to, again, echo what the chairman said. Congrats on that ISO improvement. I didn't know any of that or what any of that meant, so I appreciate that explanation. Also, you mentioned the drill at the West Clermont High School. My reaction to that, or I guess my expectation with my reaction was just very different from the reality. That, going in, just a drill, no big deal. I found, just being an observer, my heart was racing, adrenaline flowing, and it was a real experience for me. And I just can't imagine how horrific that would be in a real situation, which obviously happens. And we certainly don't happen here, but could. So my heart just really goes out to the people that either victims or first responders, all of the above, they have to deal with that. The last thing I got, somebody on social media, I haven't seen it myself, but somebody on social media mentioned to me that the flag needs to be replaced at the Withensville Fire Department. So if you just take a look at that and see if it's tattered, if it needs to be replaced.
It's been replaced.
It has been replaced.
It has
Well
been
done.
replaced.
Oh, how long ago?
About 2 hours.
You the man. Okay,
Look
thank
at
you.
him.
It's anticipating your needs.
Wow,
Right
that's responsive.
Little mic drop there. Yeah, well done. Yeah, Mr. Logan? I'm sorry, sir. were you-
No, I'm good.
I'm sorry, okay. Mr. Logan?
Yeah, hey, Chief, yeah, first and foremost, again, just to be able to watch the training exercise and again, discussions we've had, it's just, I think that's phenomenal, and that's great, and I know first responders, you had a long planning session up going to that, and everyone's engagement, and a long day as well, as I caught up with you not too long after that for, you told me you had a house, a structure fire, and then I was at midnight, gentlemen, and I think he was back out at 3 a.m. again too. So, Chief was a very long day. It's kept things busy. So anyway, just excellent to have those training events. So anything we can do to continue to help and push. I mean, even if we need to talk about opening up our half of the building here for some different type of training, we know some people we could talk to about getting that approved or authorized if it's needed. So happy to always support training. So with that, Chief, I do really appreciate this update on the ISO rating because, I'm just going to be the one speaking to kind of history being told, shared with previously anyway, that 3X was all we ever needed. We didn't need to hit that higher 5% mark, and I'm really thrilled to hear that we've raised the bar and gone over it. And I've got to say, as I wrote down the scoring, because I remember talking through this in the past with 3X, and what gets you to that higher level? There's some stuff you can control, there's some stuff you can't control. Like water supply is kind of a finite issue. But with the 50% towards the staffing, I've got to say, I think that with the it'd be my assumption that with some of the hirings, that's helped to push that along, and I'm sure that there's been some other updates into the communications, 10% there basically for communications and dispatch. Obviously, the addition of Firehouse 53, I'm sure, helps significantly with that 10%. So, but really, I'm looking at that 50% on staff ratings. So, just great work, because that's all about managing human capital and being able to be given the resources too. So I hope that we've been doing everything adequately or above the bar that we needed to do to be able to support your department. So just keep it coming as far as if there's something that needs to be communicated and your team needs more resources or where it is. I know you guys strike the nice balance there that we need to be physically responsible with what we do. We do extremely well. I think it continues to show our metrics between our calls for service on fire, 10, 11, 12,000 calls a year, and how busy that is for fire and EMS, and looking at those stats, and also with police, 55,000 calls for service. But we're always interested to help give the resources where we can, but also where can we help knock down barriers that create those calls for service, and is there any way that we can start to eliminate calls for service? So just really appreciate that. Look forward to those 3 hires that are coming through, and I think do we have a future 4th though from the interview that you had with Bradley?
Down the road.
He's got how many years
We've got a few.
to come?
Well,
To
I
middle school, right?
I appreciate you recognizing the training aspect. Obviously, with a couple of members of the board that have military background, you respond like you train, and that training is not only training like the large-scale exercise, but next week we'll be at the Loveland Training Tower for 3 consecutive days of training at the tower, and part of the ISO, one of the big parts of the ISO, there's certain things like you have indicated, Mr. Logue, that we have control over, and one of those that is training hours, and there are very specific guidelines in every aspect of what we do, whether that's public education, fire investigation, or emergency responses, actual firefighting functions that you get credit for that in hours and points, leads to credits in ISO. So training is a huge aspect of the ISO review, is that you have those daily, weekly, monthly, and annual training, and you meet those guidelines. So it's a big part of what we do.
Love it. Thrilled to hear that. I'll just share one last closing comment on the training aspect, because it's something that I had the luxury of learning in the Marine Corps that really stuck with me after some combat environments where it's, in the chaos and in those situations, you fall to the level of your training. There's a misnomer out there for people that, you can sometimes think, well, the adrenaline's kicking and I can rise to the occasion. If you don't have the training, you're not rising to the occasion, you're falling to the level of your training, which is a testament to how much you prepare and how much, when the opportunity, good, bad opportunities that present themselves, you execute and you do wonderful with it because you put that dedication and training into it. Same thing that I saw with flight students, teaching them, going through emergency-based scenarios, and you just would have crashed the plane there. You've not prepared. However, when you get them in those situations and, you train them in the hardest and harshest of conditions, that's what prevents, loss of life, and that's what gets you through successfully. So thank you for everything on that. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Logue. With our police department, Chief Tony Reese, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Dills. In the area of communications, our dispatch center in the month of March handled 4,068 calls for service for police, fire, and EMS, and processed 395 juvenile and adult-related court documents. We also handled 101 court notices that were entered for officers' personal appearance required at court, 11 Rule 16s that were processed for the prosecutor's office. We did not issue any vendor permits in the month of March, and we handled 185 records requests. The Operations Bureau, the Patrol Division specifically, handled 298 incident reports, took 93 crash reports, made 571 traffic stops, wrote 137 citations, and 442 written warnings. We also handled 693 field contact cards with people out in the field, made 105 criminal arrests, 77 traffic arrests, and 86 warrant services. In the month of March, our officers attended 109 hours of training, and we spent $40,829 on training and equipment, $29,986 on vehicle maintenance and fees, and $4,735 in various office supplies and building costs. Fuel costs for the month were $12,631, with 42,906 miles being driven by officers. Our Public Affairs Division in the month of March conducted a Cub Scout drug talk at the Police Department, and our Honor Guard attended the Salute to Leaders dinner at the Oasis. I also want to piggyback on what Chief Deimling said about our officers training over at the high school. I was really proud of Lieutenant Blankenship. He put a lot of time and work into that, got a lot of working parts moving together, involved the media, involved fire, police. It really was a monumental undertaking. Chief Deimling obviously played a big part in that too. And it's so hard to train for these situations because the minute you train for something, you know, when the real deal happens, sometimes it's just not the way it goes down. But I think if there's two things we got out of it, it's getting our officers in the right mindset to respond to a situation like that, which is so big, and showing the public that we're training for it. And I think that really gives the public a lot of confidence that if God forbid it happens, we can handle it. And I want to, echo Natasha Adams' comments. I have no doubt, I have 100% confidence that our officers will respond the right way. So we hope it never happens, but we're certainly ready for it if it does.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Good.
No, good.
Chief Reese, thank you very much. Well said. I noticed here on your report, 137 citations and 442 warnings. I like that. I'm good with that. We're not just going out, handing out, slapping people tickets. I mean, if someone's a reasonable person, they happen to speed a little bit, or California stop, or whatever they're doing, we're not just slapping people with tickets. It's not what we do. So I like that. I like that number. So, but I wanted to ask you, sir, just fantastic report. This is your first, you got promoted last month, but you took off. It's your first month here as chief. How's it going? What's the update?
Going great.
How's the morale? How's the team? What's going on?
It's going really good. A couple of positive changes that I think that the rank and file have really been receptive to. It's been really good. And the addition of Lieutenant Combs now to the command staff and Scott Marshall to the patrol supervisory positions, those are two men that the patrol really respond to, the men and women of the township respond to. So two good promotions right there.
I love it. And Chief, and actually Chief Deimling as well. I meant to say this last time, but both of you, one thing I love is how you get out in the community. I mean, I feel like our residents, if they saw either one of your faces, would know that that's our chief. That's our fire chief. That's our police chief. I love that. Keep doing it. Good job. But I love hearing that. That's good. And I like the culture that you're building in our police department. I do. Same question though. How many officer positions are we looking to hire currently? How many are open?
Right now, we've got 5 openings.
5 openings. Any in the pipeline as far as recruiting?
We do. We've got a couple of gentlemen and a woman that we're looking at right now.
Well done.
They're
Good.
all in the background process, so I'm hoping they successfully navigate that process.
Excellent. Yeah. Chief, well done. Thank you, sir.
If I could add one thing
Please.
that I forgot to mention.
Please.
Just for the public's concern, Saturday at Furniture Fair is our biannual Crime Stoppers drug drop-off and paper shred.
Okay.
It's in the lot of Furniture Fair Eastgate from 8 in the morning to noon. And our officers and our citizen police academy volunteers will all be working it, so. Drop off your drugs, drop off your documents.
Whether it's legal or illegal, you can drop them off.
There you go.
Roger that. Did you hear that, Mike? Mr. Vice Chair?
I'm not going to follow up on that. Yeah, Chief Reese, so in your reports, I'm looking at a section called Investigative Division Monthly Callouts, and something just a little curious about, just, I guess, kind of procedurally. So there was a shooting on the Jean Lane, is that how it's pronounced?
Yes, sir.
The suspect was initially charged with 2 counts of felonious assault, and then he was later indicted on 2 counts of attempted murder, and 3 counts of felonious assault. So I mean, really shame all this happened to begin with, but what I'm curious about is, and remember the situation I was watching on the news, when it occurred, that this was the son shot his parents. Yeah, just without getting into the specifics of the case, my question is just more general. So in a case where, I guess what I could imagine or see happening, and in this case I don't know, but what I could imagine happening is, for whatever reason, the parents say, hey, look, I don't want to prosecute my kid. I mean, that makes sense. So how does the police deal with that when you have something serious that has occurred and the victims don't want to prosecute because, hey, it's my kid, I can't prosecute my kid? How do you deal with that, or what happens?
Well, the prosecutor's office is certainly going to be involved in that equation as well, and deciding what charges to keep, what charges to drop. I will say this, we've successfully prosecuted many a domestic violence case without the victim necessarily being on board. And I would think in a situation like this, and again, I can't comment too much on it, it's making its way through the legal system, but because of the seriousness of the offenses involved, this would be something that if that were to come up, we would still be looking to prosecute it. It would be very hard to navigate that through the prosecution, through the court system, with uncooperative victims, but it's certainly been done before.
Okay. All right, the other thing I want to ask you about, so I got 2 other things on my list. So we approved for the police department, I guess in the last couple of months, drones. Tell us, how many drones do you have? Kind of how big are they? Are they quadcopters? What do you use them for? What kind of experience have you had with them? How are they helping you?
Well, the payoff has been immediate on the drones. We've got a big one and 2 smaller ones. The big one we've been using just to get our guys some flight time, and we've already hit payoffs. We've had to use them in, unfortunately, some undesirable situations involving people that had passed away. One particular case that helped us find them in the woods. We helped the State Highway Patrol with that. We can use them for a variety of reasons. We can use them to help investigate a serious traffic crash on the highway. We can use it to shoot crime scenes. We can use it to find missing people, Alzheimer's patients that wander away from their home, and we've had a lot of those in my time here. So we've already had the big drone out at least 5 or 6 times in the month that we've had it. And not only for us, but helping out other departments too. And it has been a very, very valuable resource.
All right, great. Then the last thing I have is, I guess, kind of a multi-part question. So it has to do with, you mentioned the furniture fair is going to be the drug drop-off thing. So so as far as I know, there's not a place in Union Township to have a drop box like at the sheriff's office. I wonder if we could get one here in the Civic Center that's in a secured area, or possibly at the police station or firehouse. And along those lines, so people who, I guess in addition to have, pills, type of medication, what about liquids, needles, syringes? Is there a bio box that could be associated with that, or where do residents go to get rid of that stuff?
Well, it's certainly doable to have one. If we were to do one, I would probably recommend having it at the police department. We'd have at least some measure of control with it being in the lobby, even though there's not guaranteed there's going to be an officer there 24/7. As far as sharps, we have sharps containers at the police department. So, and people want to respond to the department because they found needles and they're trying to make them safe. We'll certainly take those off their hands, and we have sharps containers to handle that. The drug drop-off, we would ask not to bring liquids or sharps, but we are equipped if people sneak them in a bag or so. The pillbox at the police department, it's very doable. We've talked about it in the past. The problem is, we don't have, like the sheriff's office has, we don't have a desk officer that's at the police department 24/7. The only people I can guarantee are going to be at the police department are the dispatchers 24/7. So the security level isn't quite up to par. They have one there, in my opinion, but there are ways we can work around that.
Might be feasible to make the hours Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 or something for drop-off.
Could do that.
Would that work?
Yeah, if you fix the box somewhere, you just got to make sure that the public doesn't have access to that, when we're not around, so.
That's all I have, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Mr. Logue?
Yeah, just, again, the reiteration of just, a major accomplishment with the training exercise, and I reference in the tent blanket ship for that. But the whole department, seeing all the officers respond along with the fire and EMS and the joint support, was just great. Also want to commend, the police department for recent success in intercepting the fentanyl drug shipments, that we saw, and believe it was marijuana, packaging, that was shipped. And Canine Chaos and Havoc, I think, both had a part in that. So
Sarah's had a part in that as well.
along with, that's just, it's great to be able to take positive steps on stuff that we can't control. It comes from outside the community, and we've talked about this before. We've got the highways. Highways are interstate commercial, and we've got open borders. And, we're seeing more and more increase of fentanyl. I know that the latest batch around that heard from talking with the fire personnel is they're 4 to 5 times more powerful, at least taking 4 to 5 times more Narcan for individuals and people. So, it's terrible. It's an unfortunate plague on society, and I'm happy that we can be on the side of taking positive steps by intercepting it, interceding, and also being there to help people get back on the right track. Just proud of both police and fire for taking those positive steps and stuff that we can control within our jurisdiction. So thank you. And excited to have you on board as chief, and we'll keep moving forward and see what continued positive actions you want to bring to the table for it. So we're all open ears. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Logue. And before we move on, I lied. We're almost at 8:15, 8:12. We'll finish up with the department reports, and then I will entertain a motion for a brief recess. Okay, so moving on to our service department is our service director, Mr. Matt Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Dills. In the cemetery division, from March 1st through the 29th, 14 burials were performed, generating $7,700. 14 resident graves were purchased, generating $7,700. 2 non-resident graves were purchased, generating $3,000, and 7 columbarium niches were purchased, generating $9,250, and 2 cremation scattering gardens were purchased, generating $1,000. The total amount generated for the period was $33,591.80. In the roads division, a total of 19 work orders were completed on 17 township roads, and 106 potholes were repaired on 15 township streets. And in the Parks Division, the floors were refurbished in the restrooms and concession stand area at Veterans Park. And an employee attended certified playground safety inspection training, and staff is currently mulching the landscape beds throughout the township. The only other thing I have is just a reminder is junk days are next week, April 17th through the 22nd. It's Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., and Saturday is 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. And that concludes my report.
Mr. Taylor, well done. Thank you, sir. Question for you, same question for the chiefs is, you good on employees? Are you currently recruiting? Do you need anybody?
We are, as it stands now, fully staffed.
Well done.
I can't sit here and lie to you and say that we wouldn't need more, but
We are
as it
fully
sta-
staffed?
As it stands
Chiefs,
now.
what's the problem? I don't understand. Matt's got it under control. Well done, Matt. I have a couple questions. As you're reading off for the cemetery, I know we talked about it. Current price of gray sites, what is that, and what's the game plan?
Ms. Ayers and I had spoke about that previously. We will throughout the year, reevaluate it, and come back to the board at some time. So currently, we're in the middle. We typically do a rate survey for local agencies or local public cemeteries to see where we stand. And we're not the highest, we're not the lowest.
Okay.
But there are some things. We are probably the most active in the area. That being said, one thing we had talked about previously is a columbarium as another alternative source of funding. It was busier, obviously, the first half of the year, so I will touch base with Ms. Ayers and we'll kind of revisit that again.
Food for thought, just very quick, what is the current rate if you're a Union Township resident?
It's $550.
$550 for a gravesite burial?
Yes.
Okay, and then ballpark, I'm not gonna hold you to it, ballpark, when was the last time that price has ever been adjusted?
I think it was 2009.
2009?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic, okay.
I hate to interrupt there, but I was also going to point out that I spent some time in the last 2 weeks with the cemetery staff trying to ask what some of their concerns were and letting them discuss some operational issues with me. And Mr. Taylor and I will discuss all of those issues, the rates, if there needs to be any rule changes, because I know they had some suggestions on potential rule changes, and we'll bring them back before the board. But we've been doing some background research to try and get that to happen appropriately.
No problem. For the record, the new columbariums that we get in, I'm absolutely a proponent that folks can place flowers on there. I want to make sure that happens. That's an absolute request of mine, so, okay. Issues with, I'm a big fan of it. I think everyone knows that, of dogs in our parks. I'm glad we opened them up. These people own our parks. They should be allowed to have their family members there. And so, how are we doing with cleanup? Any issues at all? Have you got any reports from the community?
I have not specifically from the residents to the service department, have not heard any positive or negative complaints about dogs in the parks.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. How many currently, bags, posts do we have at each park right now currently?
So at Veterans Park, we have 4. So in each dispenser, there are 3 200 roll bags at the dispenser. So for each post, there's 600 bags in a post. There's 4 in each park at Veterans, Klepper, and 1 at Mount Carmel.
Okay. Seem to be working okay. Do we need
Yes.
more? Is that okay?
We check them. And
Roger that.
if
Okay.
we run low, we fill them.
Okay, okay. With that, our QR codes, are you getting any feedback at all? Are you getting anything?
I have received 1.
That's it, 1?
Yeah.
Okay, so with that, Ms. Ayers, in our next quarterly newsletter, I would like a nice section done on the QR codes to educate our residents. They're there for a reason. They're very valuable. We can't have eyes and ears on everything, but if there's something missing, playground equipment, the walking paths at our park, there's dog messes everywhere, and we don't know about it, this is a great way. So I really want to make that one of the main cover stories in our next newsletter, to educate the folks. Last thing I had for you, Mr. Taylor, was as I was driving in here tonight, I saw at Veterans Park, the nets were missing at Veterans Park. I coach my daughter's soccer team, and she plays for Milford Say down at Finley Ray. Their soccer fields look awesome, and they're fully netted. And I saw these kids out there with a coach with no nets on these goals. Now I know that another nonprofit company, are they nonprofit?
Yes.
They're in charge of that. Is that correct?
Yes.
We have a partnership with them.
Yes, we do.
They basically have those fields for free, correct?
Yes.
But they're in charge of making the nets. So it's a minimal expense. Can you just go ahead and put nets up?
Yes.
Foot the bill, but I want to continue that partnership. They're a good group, but they need to know that nets need to be put on there basically all the time.
Basketball?
No, soccer nets.
Oh,
Soccer.
soccer.
There's no soccer nets on any of our goals. And I'm seeing these, I just saw this team out there, 2 teams out there practicing as we speak, and they had no nets on the goals, and I'm like, that's pathetic. So I want that fixed. So go ahead and take care of it, but that if that group is in, what's the name of that group?
It's Cincinnati Southeast Soccer Association.
Okay, if they're in charge of that, and that's the agreement we made, then they need to not drop the ball anymore. And so, just can you maybe have a conversation with them and make sure they keep up on that?
I'll take care of it.
Okay, thank you, sir, appreciate it. Mr. Becker?
3 items. So you mentioned junk days, very popular with the community. So I regularly get asked on the social media, just want to make sure I'm giving people the right answers. what kind of stuff do you take and what kind of stuff don't you take? And is it also open for businesses to be dumping their stuff, or is it just residents?
Good question.
It is residents only, and we don't take paint, which paint, for most people, you can typically take and put cat litter, newspaper, sawdust, whatever, as long as it's not oil-based. But if it's a water-based paint, you can throw it away in your regular garbage. If they won't take it as a liquid, but they will as a solid.
Okay.
So that's it doesn't matter who you use as a trash supplier. But we won't take batteries for like car batteries, but we try to recycle anything we can, any metals, anything that comes in. We don't take, we ask if you do bring a lawnmower in or a chainsaw in, everything's drained, the fluids are drained out of it. Mattresses, they have to be wrapped, couches have to be wrapped, any household furniture that has cushions or anything like that has to be wrapped. But
Tires?
we do not take tires.
No tires?
No. And a very good website to go to is oeq.net, and that's the Office of Environmental Quality for Clermont County. They answer they give you a lot of places where you can drop off some of the stuff that we don't take. There may be a fee associated with it, however, it's a lot of times, it's a good place for information. So we don't take household chemicals, basically anything that's hazardous, we don't take it. But anything else, we will.
What about like refrigerators with Freon?
We'll take them. We have the Freon retrieved, and it's tagged, and then we recycle them.
Okay, anything else? What stories you got? What kind of bizarre stuff has shown up?
There's been some crazy ones. I had somebody bring a boat in one time.
A boat?
Yes.
You're kidding.
Yeah, whole boat, trailer and all. I mean, we threw it away.
Wow.
So, I mean, it's one person's junk may be another person's treasure. So it's just crazy. So.
All right, so move down my list here. Icolts Road, where we're doing the roundabouts, there's 3 of them. The roundabout that's planned for I'll just say the middle of the 3, it seems like that would be, I guess I'll say in quotation marks, easy, connector to I guess it's a private drive between Walmart and Sam's.
Yes.
Kind of looking at that as a glance, looks like a no-brainer. Why aren't we doing that? Do you have any thoughts on why that isn't part of the plan?
The only, and again, let me preface the fact that the township, we didn't engineer any of this. The TID obviously put forth a lot of this. They had a consultant engineer. They were going to want to limit access to that, so they're going to try and force you to use the roundabouts to go to each location. So Eastgate Square is the backside of where Walmart is, and the backside, the private drive to get to Sam's. We just had a pre-construction meeting today. It's going to start here shortly, but that will be the first location they start. We have a TID meeting this Friday. We can certainly try and ask that question then, if that's even a consideration. And they may have a more validated answer that this is why we didn't do it. We can't get easements or access or, whatever the case may be.
Yeah, I routinely attend this TID meeting. Should I address that question at ODOT or the engineer's office, or does it matter?
I would say for this specific question, that would be to the TID to Jeremy Evans.
Yeah, engineer's office.
Yes.
All right, so last thing I got for you. So there's construction, gravel, all kind of stuff going on at the interchange of State Route 32 and I-275. What's going on there?
The 32 and 275. And I will have to do a little more research on that one because I am not specifically up to date on that one. I can give you a little more answer on the other side down closer to Holman's, but I'm not 100% sure on that location.
Well, give us an update down in Holman's then. What's going on there?
Sorry. Unfortunately, I didn't get any updates on that location. But on the other side, near the Holman's and Jeff Weiler side, obviously there's the fall of 2024 is the scheduled completion date. For that, they've obviously started on the overpass. They've started off on some of the entrance and exit ramps at that Buxton 32 interchange. Once they get far enough along, and that the overpass is complete. This 2023, you're also going to see from Schoolhouse down to Dogwood, that portion, which will be a TID project that will work in conjunction with ODOT. So you'll see some closures there, unfortunately, for the people that travel Old 74. Eventually, the closure will happen down at Old 74 and 32. The opposite side, I guess, or the south side of that is already closed. So you'll see cul-de-sacs on each side of Holman's and Jeff Weiler. And then at the end of this year in 2023, they're going to let out the project for the Glen Estee Withamsville overpass in 32, which will be an interesting project. That's going to be, there'll be a lot of moving parts there. So, but I will find out some more information on the gravel on the 32 and 275.
All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Becker. Mr. Logue?
Hey, Mr. Taylor, just keep up the great work. I know that, spring's an exciting time, especially for the service department. And I know it's always an ever battle and challenge with the geese population at the parks.
Yes.
And they're kind of in their protective time right now with babies, and I'm saying this because not in one of our parks, but somewhere in the state of Ohio, I had a Canadian goose charge me recently and then take off flying at me recently as it was squawking and hissing, just flapping inches behind my head. So I think of our other residents, be careful, because apparently I did some research on that the most accidents and injuries that do happen from a goose attack is tripping and falling or running into traffic. So, I don't know if there's really a best practice there other than just stand your ground. I was heading to a luncheon, and I didn't necessarily want to be like, hey, I just came in, just wrangled a goose, like, let me, get showered up now, because, it's just an interesting dynamic. So, so if you can imagine the dynamic there. But yeah, I just, that's kind of humorous of it, but it's something that people have a lot of issues with. And there's the goose droppings all over. I mean, we can talk about waste stations for dogs, but the goose population is just terrible. So I know we've brought in some expert researchers on that as recently, and what are some things that can be done. But I hope that we can help push resources to try to adequately address that. They're protected, so take that to federal. Take that to your federal legislators, because they're protected. I mean, we can't do anything about them. Chief, I've talked with some of the lieutenants previously. I think there's an allocation of something like 15 geese you can take a year, maybe. That's what it was explained to me. Lieutenant Hines was sharing that with me, but it's, so it's, it's just, we gotta have a better solution, but we definitely, the parameters that we have is kind of restrictive right now, so. But anyway, great work, keep it up, and look forward to all the work that you're doing, supporting the Parks and Rec Board behind the scenes and leading part of that effort with, excited for the recommendations for all the volunteers that have been engaged with that and the community feedback for the, our first Parks and Rec Citizen Engagement Board there, because pickleball courts and investments into the playground amenities is something that's very exciting, and it supports those core functions of the township and supports our American families. So I think it's a great thing to do. So and also Clermont Park right there, very close to Summerside Elementary, and that's a West Clermont community. So just continuing to build those support networks for the community. So, but thanks, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, sir.
Next is our Plan and Zoning, our Development Director, Mr. Mark McCormick.
For the month of March, we had 61 inspections, 8 complaints, 1 unfounded complaint, 1 warning citation, 2 warning citations, 2 15-day non-compliance letters, 1 30-day violation letter, 8 resolved cases, 100 illegal signs removed, 8 miscellaneous issues, 14 monthly violations, 5 re-inspections of violations, and no nuisances. For permit activity, we had 2 commercial permits, 6 changes of use, 5 signs, 1 temporary sales, 15 single-family dwellings, no multifamily dwellings, 2 additions, 4 decks, 8 accessory permits, 13 pool fence permits, for a monthly total of 56 permits, total revenue of $11,742, and for the March revenue for the fire department permit revenue, $822. And that concludes my report.
Mr. McCormick, well done. Thank you, sir. Just want to say, I always get positive feedback about your very fast and quick response time to residents. Thank you. Means a lot. Appreciate that.
Thanks.
Mr. Becker?
Yeah, one question. So on your report, the activity type, about 2/3 of the way down, you got illegal signs removed. So as I'm looking at the trend on that, January was 303, February was 215, March was 100. Just so the public understands, these are the business signs that are, you know, the $5 signs you see out that, you know, call for this or call for that or something else, people trying to sell services, which is all fine and good, but that's illegal to be putting those signs in the right of way. So I guess why did it drop from 300 to 200 to 100 over 3 months?
Well, they've been dropping for months even prior to January, and I think it's just because of the act of enforcement and the fact that they're subjected to fines if there's a repeated instance of the signs being taken down, like a repeat offender.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Luke?
Yeah, no, thanks for the analysis, Mr. McCormick, especially on the signs. Like I said, I think about March timeframe, April timeframe last year is when we had just, you guys remember the year-over-year numbers there. It was over 3,000 signs last year alone. I think we set a record for, again, actively enforcing. We heard from the community that had complaints and issues with these signs, and we gave the resources to push it up. So great job executing and carrying that forward. So well, keep on moving along. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And lastly, for our department reports would be our administrator, Ms. Susan Ayers.
Thank you, sir. Generally, a lot of what we've discussed I've had on my list here, so I'm just going to point out a few highlights. Open checkbook is up to date through March 31st. We are continuing work with the Glen Estee campus development. Phase 2 of the transaction closed the real estate deal at the middle of the month last month. Clearing is underway. Construction should begin shortly. Clermont County Port Authority helped out with some of the financing on bonds for the apartment complex that's going to be going in. So we anticipate that's going to help close the gap in financing that was there. We have continued to work and get questions on electric aggregation. It's continuing as planned on June 1st as a start date. That is a program that was voted on by the residents, so we have little control at this point over opt-in, opt-out. That was pursuant to ballot language. I know there has been some concern about the rates we received. Our consultants explained, I think, very well that the Duke rate for June is anticipated to go up significantly. They're getting that because of the auctions that Duke uses to get their supply and what rates they received at auction. So they're anticipating in June the rate's going to be just over 9 cents a kilowatt hour. The aggregation rates are about 25-ish% lower than that. So we will see if that prediction comes true, but that's what they anticipate the June rate is going to be. Web design work for our new website is going well with Civic Plus. So we actually saw today some very basic drafts of what the outline will look like. So we anticipate getting that out to the board to take a look at here soon. We anticipate still a go live date in the first part of May. As far as construction goes, Mr. Becker, I think that 275 and 32 you are going to find is access control and widening of some of the roads. So what you see now is gravel is actually temporary before they put more pavement in. So that should be fixed here in the next period of time. Colt's road work, we heard from Jeremy Evans at the last meeting. There has been some road closures in front of our building in anticipation of that work. I anticipate the actual construction is going to start in May, I believe, and will continue for a period of time. So traffic's not going to be great, but this is going to be a good long-term solution for us moving forward. So we're looking forward to getting that moving. The work on 32 continues. I think the flyover work is going to be probably next year, but they've been working on getting that developed. And I know we've had some conversations with business owners in that area about the access when that work starts to get in full force. Let's see, wanted to say thank you to everyone that participated in the school safety exercise this week. It was impressive to watch, and I know how difficult that is to put on. Point out it is National Communication Week for Public Safety, so a big thank you to all of our dispatchers and things that are working the unit. It's a week to celebrate them. We have a work session scheduled in 2 weeks. I'd like to have 2 presentations at that meeting. The first being some updates on the Klepper Park new playground. I'm hoping to have some Parks and Rec members here to have that presentation with you. And then also we will have, anticipate having Caleb Bell here from Bricker Graydon now, the new law firm. He is coming out of Columbus area and is one of the foremost experts in the economic development field. We have a few updated pieces of legislation recently that I'd like to talk about and get some education out to the public in our economic development strategies moving forward. So I look forward to talking to Caleb here in a couple of weeks. I know we've gotten some questions and asked about the newsletter. The current newsletter is at the printer. I talked to them a few hours ago. I anticipate it will be being printed and in mailboxes somewhere in the 7 to 10 day range. And that is all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Ayers. You're doing a lot. Just keep it up.
Thank you.
I think I'm good on questions. Mr. Becker?
Yeah, I actually want to talk, I think I just want to hold this till after the break, but I want to talk about the aggregation, both electric and gas. I did some research on some of the numbers that I put together. It's going to take more than a couple of minutes. I mean, it might be 5 or 10, but I can either hold till after the break or the end of the meeting and forward comments.
Sure, cool.
I'll wait on it.
All right. Anything else?
No.
Mr. Logue?
No, hey, thanks, Ms. Ayers. I know you're very busy. This is coming up, this is now your first full year of being in the position and delivering for us. And if you really take a look back at the transformational change on so many different, areas that it organically happens in a township busy of this size, but how quick and fast you're drinking from a fire hose. You've done a tremendous job, and it's just very exciting, and I think just very fortunate to have you here, and looking forward to the future. I mean, working session, thanks for addressing that. Klepper Park, that's going to be very interesting, exciting to hear from the Park and Rec board members, and also Bricker Graydon. So Caleb Bell being that national leader on economic development. That's going to be very, very beneficial to have here as well, and should show the return on the value there of why we sought to partner with a nationally recognized law firm like that for our township. So good. Thank you, Ms. Ayers.
Thank you, Ms. Ayers. Gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion that we recess for 5-ish minutes.
So moved.
Second.
No discussion. Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
We're into recess at 8:34 PM.
Gentlemen, I will entertain a motion for us to exit our recess.
So moved.
Second.
No discussion, Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes,
We're out of recess at 8:42 PM.
great. Mr. Becker, why don't you go ahead and continue on with your comments to our administrator?
Yeah, so I just, I guess wanted to add to what Ms. Ayers said about the aggregation, and everything she said was dead on. But I wanted to dig and do some research on this. And a lot of this has to do with comments I'm getting on social media. I'm getting phone calls, I'm talking to people, and I'm finding there's a lot of misunderstanding in general about how the utility bill, how it works. And understandably so, because most people aren't, to spend a lot of time staring at their utility bills and calculating riders and trying to figure out what's what. Who does that other than me? So I just kind of want to briefly kind of go through it. So for both electric and gas, your utility bills have two components. One of which is, the generation or the supply, which is what we're talking about with aggregation. So that's a commodity, and that one is, there's multiple competitors throughout Ohio that sell electric and sell gas. The other component of that is the distribution. Those are your power lines, your pipes, the billing, the administration. All of that's done by Duke. That never changes. And that's not a negotiable fee. It's set by the Public Utilities Commission of Ohio. So those two components together is what makes up your bill. The part you can control, of course, usage you can always control, but in terms of the cost itself is the supply cost or the aggregation cost. So I just want to kind of put in perspective what that aggregation cost is. So for electric, we have our aggregation fee is 6.5 cents per kilowatt hour. Okay, that's what we're offering the public, and the public is free to opt out. And by the way, on the topic of opting out, some people said they never want to have aggregation, they never want to be bothered with it, they never want to have to opt out again. There's a way to do that. There's a website that's operated by the public utility, by PUCO, and there's a phone number. I'll give you the phone number, and I'll tell you how to find the website. Just you can Google electric. I think it's an electric aggregation program opt out. It's the phone number is 800-686-7826. 800-686-7826, and you can get on a permanent opt-out list. Now, there's not one of those for gas. I don't know why. I asked them when I called. They didn't know why either, but you can permanently opt out for electric. So for gas, if 2 years from now, or I guess a year and a half from now, we decide to re-up the gas aggregation, the residents will get another letter, unless they're under contract with a different provider. But if they're with Duke, they're going to get a letter, or with our current supplier for gas, they're going to get a letter, giving them the opportunity to opt out again, or do nothing and opt in. So to put the 651, the 6.5 cents for the aggregation, to put that in perspective, that's a 24-month fixed rate. So if you think about, if you got a home mortgage, most people want a fixed rate, but if you get a variable rate, it's cheaper. So oftentimes, if you go out to the website where you do the shopping, it's Ohio Energy, or was it Ohio Energy? I'm sorry, Energy. Let me find it. EnergyChoice.ohio.gov. Is that right? Yeah.
Yes.
EnergyChoice.ohio.gov. Sorry about that. If you go to that website, that's where you want to shop for your rates. So a fixed rate is typically going to cost more than a variable rate. Duke's rate is always variable rate. It changes month to month. In both cases, electric and gas are trending down. That's what we like to see. But we do have reason to believe, based on auctions and such, that the Duke rate for electric is going to be going up. So if you were to look around, the next thing I found that was competitive, meaning a fixed 24-month term with no monthly fee and no early termination fee. The next thing out there is 6.8 cents or 6.88 per kilowatt hour. So if you're comparing, again, 24-month fixed rates, the aggregation rate is a good deal because it's better than anything else you can get out there. That's 24 months. But if you like to have the variable rate and want the lower cost, I would actually go with, and I did this myself actually, Dynegy offers a rate that's 5.4 cents a kilowatt hour, 5.4 cents. And again, there's no monthly termination, early termination fee on that. But that's something you have to watch month to month. Most people don't want to do that. They'd prefer the fixed rate. On the gas. So we got, I think it was back in October, we did gas aggregation. And what we locked in at was 83.9 cents per cubic foot. At that time, 83.9 cents was a good deal. Again, 24 months, fixed rate, no early termination fees, no monthly fees, 83.9 cents. If you were to go shop for that today, it's only 61.9 cents. So I would definitely recommend people get out of gas aggregation if you're in it. And it's Energy Harbor's offering a 61.9 cents. If you want to go month to month, Duke, it appears, has the best rate currently that's out there. 57.6 cents per cubic foot, 57.66. So again, that's a whole lot cheaper than 83.9 our aggregation rate. But I did find another deal that, and again, this is the one I personally signed up for. It's through Energy Harbor, and it's fixed for 6 months at 48.9 cents. And all these have, again, no monthly fees, no early termination fees. So that one's 48.9. So, you know, if you really want to reduce your cost, minimize your expenses, you have to do some shopping. You got to be a consumer, and that website makes it real easy to do. There's filters on there. You can punch in if you want a variable rate, a fixed rate, you know, what term you want. Do you want monthly fees, no monthly fees? You know, do you want renewable energy? Do you not care where it comes from? So it gives you a lot of options. It's a really good website to use. That's all I got, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Becker, incredibly informative, thank you. And I couldn't have said it better myself. I like your simple but example, fixed versus variable rates on the mortgages, makes sense. Ms. Ayers, do you have anything to add to that, or are we good?
No, sir.
Makes sense, okay,
Thank you.
great. Moving on to our public hearings, part of the agenda. The first one is for Union Township zoning case number 2-23-O as in Oscar. And before we open that up, Mr. McCormick, would you like to go and take over for that?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
The applicant is requesting an overlay district plan approval from the Union Township Board of Trustees for parcel 41311-2C197. Specifically, the applicant is seeking to place a monument freestanding sign on the 3.033 acre property, which is located within the Buxton Road Focus Overlay Commercial Corridor. This is the property which is located at 4025 Buxton Road, which is approximately 665 feet southwest of the Buxton Road and Cleft Pike intersection. The property is zone industrial, with all the adjoining property that you see there is zone industrial as well, as far as the underlying zoning. The Horizon 2030 Comprehensive Land Use Plan indicates the proposal is located within the Buxton Road Commercial Corridor, which is the primary location for low-intensity, light industrial and manufacturing operations within Union Township, and continues to remain the primary area for industrial and heavy commercial warehousing activities within the township. New development activities, which include infill development, and has remained steady. The next couple slides identify that the property is located within a focus area overlay commercial corridor districts, and just simply notes what those are in the staff report, and in the slides defining specific purposes for these areas and the characteristics for these areas. As far as the background, as referenced in the applicant's statements and enclosures, the applicant has been operating over-the-top enterprises incorporated this property since 2016, when the initial building here was built in 2016, and then an addition was built in 18, and an accessory structure was built in 2021. Since the building has been there in 2016, there has not been a permanent sign installed on the property. With this request, the applicant aims to establish a sign to help identify the property for prospective customers, clients, and others in the community. This is the proposed sign location. The proposed sign location is 5 feet outside the right-of-way and 10 feet off of the side property line, which, when you relate that to our zoning code in Article 9, Sections 9, 10, and 9, 12, requires a 5-foot essentially variance for both the front and the side setback. Review of the overall application indicates that the proposal is consistent with both the recommendations of the adopted land use plan as well as the purpose and intent of the overlay regulations. The unique configuration of this lot is a panhandle along with the amount of road front right-of-way in front of the property. As you can see in this particular slide, there's a bump out in the road right-of-way here. And the placement of the commercial driveway within the panhandle makes it very difficult for signage to be located within this scenario in a prominent, visible manner without relief. The overlay district regulations call for support for proposals that result in increased investment or otherwise prevent the proliferation of blighting influences. Further, this is a request that is consistent with supporting the goals and recommendations of the commercial corridor as to proposed uses ancillary to and supportive of commercial uses in the general vicinity. And the requested relief is considered reasonable by staff for the reasons set forth earlier in the report. In accordance with Section 13 and 10 of the zoning resolution, the Board of Trustees' role in this process is either to enter a motion to approve, modify, or deny the focus overlay district application, which in this case consists of the placement of a new monument freestanding sign as submitted, along with any other modifications deemed appropriate by the board. A few slides of the property. This is looking north from the oblique at the subject property. This is looking south. The property is on your right. The sign would be there on the right. And you can actually see it overlaid in one of the exhibits that the applicant had submitted. This is looking north to northeast. You can actually see it in one of the new public hearing signs that we purchased and started using here this month in this picture. This is looking east from that driveway towards Buxton. This is looking west into the site along the panhandle. And this is the building that has had the addition built on it, original building in 16 on the right. The left would be the addition, 18. In terms of the recommended modifications, the items that remained would be needs to address any concerns from related other agencies or departments. Need to submit ultimately a more detailed signage plan for the commercial permit if approved, and noted that any future lighting would need to be downward directed and of sufficient intensity to illuminate without projecting onto the adjoining residential property. That concludes my report for this particular case. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. McCormick. Inspector, Mr. Logan, any questions?
Yeah, just, I guess not really a question, I guess more of a comment. So I drove back there, and my only concern was, it's kind of narrow right there in terms of visibility for people getting in and out of that driveway. But, you showed the slide where the sign is actually back behind that telephone pole. Yeah, if it's back that far, that's not a problem.
Yeah, it would have to be back that far.
Okay.
Because of the right-of-way.
All right, that's all, thank you.
Mr. Logan?
No questions. Thank you, Mr. McCormick.
Mr. McCormick, I noticed the public hearing sign that you had up there, and thank you for putting those out.
I saw that too.
It's just good, whether it's a small zoning change or a big zoning change, we want to inform the public that there's a zoning case going on in their neighborhood. So appreciate you doing that. Good job. That's it. Any further discussion or questions? All right, so this is a public hearings case, and I will open it up. And for anyone that is a proponent of this zoning change, is there anyone that would like to speak on behalf of support of this?
We're both proponents, but I would say that we concur with everything he just presented.
Yeah.
Something that did
Well,
come up.
do me a favor. Did you come up? Yep, come up.
Just swear them in.
No, it's okay. And because it's a public hearings case, I have to swear you in, okay?
Sure.
So can you please state your name, both your names and then address for the record?
Teresa Mahan, and the address is 4025 Buxton Road, Batavia, Ohio.
Perfect. And then,
And I'm Mark Mahon, same address.
perfect, you got it. And then, both, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Perfect. Please, go ahead.
We submitted this, we hadn't had signage because at the time we built, West Clermont High School was under, construction at the same time, and they were reconstructing that culvert, and it was just a mess. So we went years without signage, but our saving grace was that HH Glass was across the street. So when people would say, where are you located, we'd say, right across from H.H. Glass.
Love it.
Well, they moved. And so now we're really struck with, that corridor is really dark at night. And people, especially a lot of young drivers, come because we're a training facility. They come, they're trying to find it. We've done everything we can. They just keep saying, put up a sign. So that's what's really prompted us to want to go for the sign. If you were on Buxton looking down and you had those, the telephone poles lined up, you'd see that that one's moved back about 10 feet. When they did that culvert for West Clermont, they moved it in. So what I'd like to just point out to everyone is if in fairness to us, when you're looking down Buxton, there's signs that are much closer to Buxton than we're even close to proposing because that got moved in on our property
I don't
as
think
part
you're
of
gonna
that
have a problem
construction.
with the location of it.
Uh-huh.
I don't think you have a problem with the location.
Right, well, and also just for safety, like I said, it's signage, just identifying us, I think people slow down to see where that's at, and it concerns us. But yeah, the other thing is you can see that they could clearly look both ways when pulling out of there because we're so far back. I don't even know that it's gonna be great the way it's located, but that's what got imposed on us when that culvert was put in place.
Yes, ma'am. How's business?
Great.
Business is
Good.
yeah.
I like that. I like the
Yeah.
confidence. I'll tell you, I've played at your facility several times, so it's a pleasure to meet you both.
Oh, thanks.
And I will tell you, the very first time I ever went to your facility, I passed it up like 3 or 4 times.
A lot of
I'm
people
not
do.
exaggerating. Like 3, I'm getting upset. I'm like, this is this a joke? Did my buddies put a joke on me? I'm trying to find, because I played basketball at your facility. So, clean facility. It's a sharp-looking business. I wish you nothing but success. And it's a clean sign. I like it. I don't have any problem with it. I don't have any problem with the board. But, gentlemen, do you have any questions for either one of them at all? Mr. Becker? Mr. Logue?
No, pleasure to meet you both. I'm looking at your website photo gallery right now. And, yeah, it's beautiful and great website, great advertising, so
Thank you.
sure that looks like everything that you do is top-notch, and the sign's gonna be really great for you. And again, appreciate you taking the other considerations in as far as, your younger drivers and people that are trying to find it and people that are doing, what do you call it, a California turn and, coming back around.
California stop.
Yeah,
Yeah,
California
that's a lot.
stop, yeah, so, but no, pleasure to meet you both, and
Thank you.
thanks for being here to support this and sitting through our meeting this evening.
That was fun, thanks.
Thanks for doing business in our township. We love you, appreciate you very much.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you both. Yeah, very much.
Thanks, guys.
Is there anyone else that'd like to speak for proponent of this zoning change? Zoning case? Nope, okay, anyone that is against this zoning case? Seeing none, I'm gonna go ahead and close public comments. Gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion for Union Township zoning case number 2-23-O as in Oscar. The applicant is M. Moose Properties LLC. Request an overlay district plan approval for the property located at 4025 Buxton Road, Clermont County. Auditor parcel 413112, C as in Charlie, 197.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Nope. Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Congratulations, guys. Yeah, absolutely. Best of luck. Moving on to our next zoning case is Union Township zoning case number 3-21-Zulu. Mr. McCormick, I'll toss it over to you again.
Okay, on this one, the applicant is requesting approval of a major amendment to a PD from the Union Township Board of Trustees for a 1.216 acre property in order to construct an 1,800 square foot storage building. This is on parcel 413219.063, and it's located at 810 State Route 125. Owner applicant's KTRK Enterprises Limited. This particular slide here shows the site location, 810 State Road 125, which is approximately 160 feet northwest of the Glen Estee Whippensville Road intersection with State Route 125. There's a parcel that is a part of this that is residential in nature, but is not necessarily part of this particular request, and is unaffected by this request. The parcel is zoned PD. Was rezoned PD last year. I'll come back to that in a moment. The parcels around it are zoned commercial, with the exception to the north, there's a parcel that's zoned R1. The 2030 land use plan indicates the subject property is located within the 125 corridor, Ohio Pike corridor. Although the existing commercial property at 810 120 State Road 125 is located along the northern edge of the corridor, the adjacent residential use property is not within the corridor. but is also owned by KTRK Enterprises Limited and is part of that PD established in 2022. Among other things, the plan calls for access control for site development to be conducted in a manner that focuses on maximizing land use efficiency with infill development, reinvestment, and/or redevelopment initiatives. For redevelopment, in the instance of residential commercial conversions, as in this particular case, I'm sorry, that's not as in this particular case. The use of traditional building materials, adequate vegetative buffering, landscaping strategies along shared property lines, and landscaping enhancements along the corridor frontage is also required in accordance with the plan. Again, the property was zoned PD in 2022 for the purposes of consolidating the use and zoning of the two properties that are owned by KTRK Enterprises Limited. The applicant's current proposal would not affect the existing adjacent residential parcel. The current commercial uses on the affected subject parcel would remain as they currently exist, with the exception that all outside storage by LJ Services would be removed from view of the property with the proposed storage building, which is otherwise intended to be used solely for personal storage of the property owner. The applicant's proposal, the 1,800 square foot storage building for non-commercial use, appears to meet the objectives of the 2030 land use plan and the future land use policies and recommendations for the Ohio Pike State Road 125 corridor. The applicant has no plans for additional development at the site at this time, but the PD designation allows for responsive review of any future land use proposal if there is further future development interest on the site. At this prominent intersection, such an approach is consistent with the established land use plan as it brings the parcel under current regulatory guidelines and requirements and allows for creative expansion or redevelopment of the property. Any subsequent changes to this plan development would be subject to a major amendment process where such time a formal plan would need to be submitted by to be reviewed by the Board of Trustees. So that's the proposed building with the setbacks, which are compliant. I do have some recommended modifications I'll go over here in a minute that remain. In accordance with sections 680 to 687 of the zoning resolution, the Board of Trustees' roles in this process is to either enter a motion to approve some modification, or deny the applicant's request to approve a major amendment to approve PD to construct an 1,800 square foot building as submitted, along with any modifications deemed appropriate by the board. Here are some slides of the property. The subject parcel that it's on is highlighted here in this oblique. There's a storage building that exists there now that's proposed to be eliminated and be replaced. This is looking south from the adjacent residential property on Glen Estee Withensville Road. One of the recommendations is to remove the illegal signage that is there as far as the wash and fold laundry service sign that you see. This is looking north towards the adjacent residential property. This is looking west into the property from the access drive from Glen Estee Withensville Road. The site for the expansion for the proposed building would be on the right there towards the rear. This is looking east the other way towards Glen Estee Withensville Road, not far from the intersection with State Route 125. This is looking north directly at the area where the proposed building would be. That storage building there that you see to the right would be removed and replaced. This is looking northwest. If you took the last picture and rotated to your left, that's what's there as far as the type of building. And that's an athletic building as well. This is looking southwest to west, rotating towards the back of the existing commercial building. This is looking east, looking towards Glen Estee Withensville Road and the side yard there, and the rear of that residential property. And this is looking at the back side of that commercial structure, and that's the front side of the commercial structure that exists on the property towards the front of the site on State Road 125. The recommended modifications, the applicant would need to address any concerns from related to other agencies and departments. Needs to provide a landscaping plan, needs to submit a signage plan to remove, relocate, and replace the existing unauthorized banner signage and potentially the existing monument sign on the property along Glen Estee Withensville Road. And that's just so that's in a compliance issue that was addressed, acknowledged when I visited the site, and I've talked this over with the applicant, so he's aware of it. Need to verify that the final architectural standards and schematics are consistent with those established for the Ohio Pike State Road 125 corridor. And any future lighting would need to be downward directed and of sufficient intensity to illuminate without projecting onto the adjoining residential property. That concludes my report. Do you have any questions for me?
Mr. McCormick, thank you. Very detailed. Mr. Becker?
Nope. Good.
Thank you, Mr.
Absolutely.
McCormick. Good. Thank you.
Mr. McCormick, appreciate you very much. Okay, this is a public hearings case. I will go ahead and open it up for public comment. Is there anyone that is a proponent of this zoning case? Mr. Hare, how are you? Good. Good to see you.
I was good enough for Air Force like you. Sorry, Mr. Willis.
Hey. Smart man.
Ken here, 810 Ohio Pike, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45245.
And Mr. Hare, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so
I
help you
do.
God?
I do.
Perfect. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Well, we're just looking to put a storage building back there for, basically for personal use. It's not going to be, like the normal storage buildings that you see or anything where you can rent out certain sections and stuff. It's for personal use.
Simple as that, yeah.
That's it. It's
So,
simple.
I have a question on that.
Sure.
I don't mind if it's for commercial use. Like if you ever wanted to rent a section out or whatever.
Mhm.
So, just curious, are you wanting us to amend this at all for commercial use at all for future? Is it, Mr. McCormick, I guess I should have asked you that question, because it's on a commercial lot. I don't know.
Possibly
Okay.
someday,
Okay.
Right now, I have absolutely no intention of selling that piece of property.
Sure.
But maybe, there might be where I don't need the whole thing, and maybe I could
Yeah,
rent it out for somebody, park a car in it,
Personally, I
or
have
a
a problem
boat
with that. I
or
mean, if you like,
something like
storage
that.
or something like that, if
Yeah,
it's commercial,
but-
I have no problem with that.
Okay.
I did not realize that you own this piece of property,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Hare. And so, I assume that you don't own the businesses in that building, that's currently there?
That's correct.
Or you do or don't?
I do
You just
not
lease it
own-
out to
I
them?
do not
'Cause
own the
I've been getting my
business.
dry cleaning in there for years, and lo and behold, every 2 weeks or so, I'm on your property. That's too funny, so, small world. But,
I'm sure they're happy to have you.
No, you,
To be upfront, my wife and my son did start the Simply Fresh Dry Cleaner.
Oh.
Back
Oh, wow.
around 2010,
Never knew that.
2009,
Okay.
11, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
And it was sold back in July of 2021.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
we still own the property.
Yeah.
But we have 2 tenants in there.
Yeah,
Oh, great.
fair enough. So, but you're a partner in this community, your business is located here. You're a partner with a lot of work that we do here and
Yes,
all
sir.
over the county. You're a good friend. I want more business owners like you in our community, so.
Thank you. I appreciate the
I
comments.
have no problem with this at all. I don't see any issue. Oh, I do have a question.
Okay.
So you do have residential to the left, which would be to the east. Any
Yes.
concerns from them at all? Are they good with
No,
you?
none at all.
Okay.
He's a great tenant, and.
Oh, do you own that property too?
Yes, sir.
Fair enough. I don't think he can have any gripes if you own the buildings, the house.
No, sir, he's not. We own like he was saying, we own the adjacent property, the house that is the residential there as you're going out the driveway.
Yeah.
To the left, that is owned. We've owned that probably about 15 years.
Okay.
The couple that owned it previously, they came to us one day. The wife was sick. They wanted to really downsize, and they were moving, and he came and said, I'm going to sell my house. You're the ideal person to buy it.
Sure.
And so we agreed on a price and bought it. So it made for a bigger portion there on the corner.
Yeah, fair enough, yeah.
Just a business decision.
So if they don't like it, I guess they can move, because you own the building, so.
No, he won't have any problem.
No, I know.
He doesn't have
Just
any problem with
joking,
that.
so, all good. Mr. Becker, do you have anything?
Yeah, so along those lines, and I remember this from a year ago, looking at this. There's a second building there. Do you own that also?
No, sir.
Okay.
I wish I did own that piece.
I'm sure you do.
Well, it's run down. And quite honestly, Mr. Becker, I think you can verify it. If we were to buy that, that would have to be torn down. It's in real rough shape.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anybody lives in it.
Somebody is living in it.
Somebody is living in it.
Yes,
The
sir.
rent must be cheap.
Well,
Years ago, I had an attorney contact me because the lady that lived there was rather old. She was sickly. She had a daughter that was crippled, and he contacted me about buying that. And I said, yes, we'll entertain anything, because it was run down then. And nothing ever developed of that. But if it were ever to come available, that would be just another nice little piece to add to ours. Because I can tell you, I was just down there fertilizing our residential piece on Easter. And as I was doing the side yard and everything, there's a lot of junk in that backyard. So if it ever did become available, I would entertain, corporation would entertain purchasing it and probably knocking it down.
All sounds good to me.
Mr. Logan?
Yeah, no, thanks, Mr. Hare. Yeah, I'm just looking there. I appreciate the chairman's question as far as if there's any modification or, that you want on the case now,
Yeah,
so that you're open for future
Sure.
use on there, because frankly, what was it, just a few months ago, we had a gentleman with a very similar case. He wanted to build a storage facility, and he was gonna rent out half of it to pay for basically all of his fixed costs and everything,
Sure.
His other costs, so.
Yes.
I mean,
If we can amend it that way, then it's there in the event that, we do. But if we don't, we don't.
I think it'd be a benefit to you going through this whole process now.
I agree.
And I'm also looking at, so is this an active site next to you, the Midwest Takeover Basketball Academy?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know how big their facility is, but I know that the sporting complexes, like the lady and gentleman that just came in before you, I mean, the sporting complexes are something in such strong demand that, again, I just think that, again, you don't know what your total future use is, but
Right.
it sounds like that sporting academy is right there, and
It is there, and on weekends, we allow them to use our property for parking.
Okay.
Because they don't have enough parking
Yeah.
in their facility, especially if they've got a game coming in, and then they've got a game that's going overtime
Yeah.
or something like that. It's a nightmare.
Yeah.
And so, being neither one of our tenants are there on the weekends.
yeah, it's perfect.
We allow them to, we have an agreement with them. that
Yeah.
They can use our parking as long as tenants are not open for
Yeah.
business, is the way the agreement
Yeah.
is.
How many basketball courts do they have in there, do you know?
They've only got one.
Only one in there? Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
So, I'm not on the market research side of being able to say, you put your building up and you have a shell of something that if a future use is, it makes sense, hey, this, whatever, you
Right.
end up repurposing and having a basketball court or
Right.
something in there.
Well, we're
I'm
not
just-
gonna go high enough
Okay.
to do that.
Okay,
We're
well, I was
only
just
going
saying.
14 foot high.
Okay, just asking questions to give you considerations
I
for
appreciate that.
future use, because I know it's anytime you're gonna put a shovel in the ground, significant investment, so.
Yes.
Try
And I
to-
appreciate
Yeah.
you're looking forward and bringing that up. And
Yeah.
yes, I totally agree. I'd like to amend it so that, maybe somebody's got a boat, they want to park it in there or something,
Right.
through the winter. Yeah. Because I don't want to do anything that's illegal. I want to, make it so that it is correct.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we can do that now.
Yeah,
That's-
happy to help.
That's great.
Yeah, Mr. McCormick, is there any,
I don't have any concern with that, and the reason why I specified the type of storage is just to make it clear what he had iterated to me, because if it was going to be a commercial storage structure, that would be very different in nature, but that's not what he's indicated that he wanted. So I don't really see a problem if he wants to rent a part of it out, like the application that you mentioned. If he would turn it into like a bunch of units, that would be different.
okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Ayers, do you recommend kicking this back to zoning, or are we good to amend it tonight?
I think you're good to amend it tonight if you choose.
Can you, okay, so we're making it commercial use, so I want to make sure I get the motion correct. And Ms. Ayers, I'm sorry, did you have anything else to add at all?
No.
Okay,
There's nothing.
perfect, okay. Good to go, yeah, appreciate it very much. Yeah, thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you for
Thank you, sir.
consideration, guys.
Appreciate
Yeah,
being part of it.
absolutely.
And before I make those changes, we'll get any opponents. So is there anyone else that would like to speak as a proponent of this zoning case? See none? Is there anyone that would like to speak as an opponent of this zoning case? Okay, seeing none, I'll go and close public comments. Okay, Ms. Ayers, what's the wording you'd like me to use at the very end of this motion here?
I'm actually first going to ask Mr. McCormick if you have some suggestions.
I would suggest just approved as submitted with the modification exception that the structure can be used partly for commercial rental.
And that's something administratively you can coordinate with staff on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I have this correct.
So there'll be 6 recommended modifications, basically. We're adding a recommended modification for commercial. Okay. And you're good with all 5 plus the addition for commercial? Okay.
Okay, I think I got it. Okay, gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion for Union Township zoning case number 3-21-Z as in Zulu. Applicant is KTRK Enterprises. Applicant requests approval of major amendment for the planned development located at 810 Ohio Pike, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45245, Clermont County Auditor Parcel 413-219-063, as submitted with modifications with potential commercial rent.
So moved.
Second.
Gentlemen, any discussion? Seeing no discussion, Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Hare. Absolutely, yeah, thank you, sir. Okay, moving on to our next zoning case, Union Township zoning case number 3-23-Z as in Zulu. Mr. McCormick, I'll throw it over to you.
Okay, this case is for a zone map amendment for the applicants for the Holman Brothers Real Estate LLC and Cowboy Properties LLC. Property totaling 12.374 acres to be rezoned from single-family detached structure residential R2 to planned development to allow the expansion of an existing parking area. This location of this property is located on the south side of Old State Route 74 between the intersections of Tealtown Road to the west and Schoolhouse Road to the east, with property numbers 413104B053, property number 413104B022, and property number 413104B018. Zoning of the property, as I mentioned earlier, subject property is R2. The affected property is bordered to the north, northwest, and northeast by single-family detached structure residential R2 zoning. To the north, south, southeast, and west, the adjoining property is zoned PD, with the property to the south, east, and west owned by Holman Brothers Real Estate LLC. The adjoining Holman Brothers Real Estate property was rezoned to PD in early 2017 for the growth and expansion of the Holman Motors automotive and RV sales facilities, specifically to allow a gravel storage lot with security fencing and lighting. And that was consistent with the adjoining existing Holman property in 2017 from what I could find in the staff report. This property was identified as being non-compliant this year after the applicants had contacted staff regarding some stormwater and grading improvements that they had wanted to do. And in the process of us reviewing the aerials, we found that they were already occupying the one property that's kind of has like a triangular large piece there to it in the middle there. So the property is already occupied in part with the existing gravel storage. When we did contact the applicants about the issue, they did start to work on the application to get it in here to the zoning commission and then to the trustees, and I'll go back to the zoning decision here in a few minutes. So relationship to the comprehensive plan. So the comprehensive plan is the policy guidance document as indicated in page 2 of the staff report. The property is located within the Old State Route 74 Summerside-Willowville corridor. The plan acknowledges that this area of the township is suitable for limited commercial expansion or redevelopment, provided that smaller fragmented parcels are consolidated under a cohesive development plan with limited or coordinated access, land use controls, etc. The plan also specifies that plan development district is a precise mechanism to achieve planning goals and to convert residential properties to commercial in this area of the township. Additionally, this plan indicates that the southern portion of the corridor remains desirable for higher intensity commercial development, similar to the adjoining Holman Motors PD areas already established to the south, east, and west of the subject parcels. And these slides for sections 680 to 684, 7, I think here, 684, we've got the part of the zoning ordinance that is you refer to for planned development districts and rezoning process, stating the purpose and also stating if there's a conflict, the PD regulations and approved plans shall prevail. 682, land use for any property in the PD district shall be consistent with the use design details contained in the approved PD plan for that property and any conditions of approval. And the underlying zoning can include those in the B1 and M1 districts or substantially similar uses as determined by the Zoning Commission and Board of Trustees. 683, the owner may submit an application for a zone change under that section. 684, all plans shall contain the following information and other elements as stated in section 1131. So again, this is the site. This is the proposed area that's to be affected. And this is the proposed landscaping plan, and this is a modified plan from what was in the plan from the Zoning Commission's case, and I'll stop here for a moment. The applicants acquired the 3 subject parcels from February of 2017 to October of 2021. And as noted earlier, in February of 2017, the township rezoned the adjoining parcel to planned development in accordance with the plan submitted by the applicants for a gravel storage lot with security fencing and lighting installed on that property. The current proposed plan is for similar uses minus the lighting. And I made reference to the applicant's statements, plans, and other application enclosures for more information on the request. The applicant's proposal appears to meet the objectives of the 2030 land use plan and the future land use policies and recommendations of the old State Route 74 Summerside-Willowville corridor. The proposal would result in the consolidated of fragmented and underutilized parcels while establishing a high-intensity commercial use along Old State Road 74. Vegetative buffering provided on the plan would result in the enhancement of the overall condition of the site. And this is the proposed buffer yard, which will also contain a fence. You can't see very well here. There's 6-foot-high privacy fence, white vinyl, and there's also berms and a wall and a area where they're planting trees. On the lower part of this picture, this is part of the previous part of the project that was already approved PD, so that's not something that is really part of this request, but we asked for the landscaping to be shown in this plan because they had never finalized their landscaping plan as part of that proposal, and that's the reason why it's shown here as part of the landscaping plan and the overall, to show the overall scheme of what's going on. Recent stormwater improvements have been made and compliance would be addressed through the county's review process. Additionally, the applicants would meet or exceed all the minimum setbacks for proposed uses and uses are consistent with the existing Home and Motors PDs located to the east and west of the subject properties. As mentioned earlier in this report, the utilization of the planned development district is the precise mechanism to achieve planning goals and to convert residential properties to commercial in this area of the township. Stop here again for a second. So the Township Zoning Commission met on March 22nd, 2023 to review this request for zoning map amendment. At that time, the Zoning Commission voted unanimously for the approval of the applicant's request to the Board of Trustees with respect to the rezone of the subject property from R2 to PD. The recommended modifications and proposals forward to the board are noted in the staff report and the motion consistent with the recommended modifications in the staff's original report. Please refer to the motion for case 3-23-Z for those recommended modifications. And I'll stop and come back to those here in a minute. So these are the pictures that were taken of the site. This is looking northwest from Old 74 away from the site. Site would be on your left. This is looking south to southwest. You can see the 6-foot fence that's already there against the rear of the residential properties that are there along Old 74. There would be additional landscaping placed behind the fence, given where the placement of the fence is currently. This is looking north across Old 74. This is looking southeast along Old 74 from that first entrance towards the site. This is looking southwest from Old 74. You can see to the left of this particular slide where they put a little bit of a berm and some landscaping where they had done the work they had from the 2017 approved plan. You can see another area where they put in another berm from 2017. A little berm. This is looking southwest along Old 74 towards the property. This is looking towards the existing parking area from Old 74. And this is not really the affected area of the site. This is kind of how you get back into it. This is looking northeast across from that area. This is approximately in that triangular shaped larger area that's occupied with the interior parking area already. This is looking from the rear of the Old 74 properties on the eastern side. So it's looking northeast. And this is looking north towards the 74 properties. Again, you can see the fence there in the background. You can see some of the stands of the trees that they planted. This is looking northwest, again towards the rear of the Old 74 properties. You can see the church in the background, and you can see to the left there's a wall. This is actually the side of the property that is was actually rezoned in 2017. And there's the wall that they put in and some of the landscaping, which some of the landscaping will need to be replaced. And this is along that wall. The recommended modifications were to address any concerns from other related agencies and departments, to enhance the proposed landscaping and buffer yards in some areas, which they have made some headway in doing, but would still probably need to do a little bit more before we would be able to approve the plan. A signage plan would ultimately need to be submitted if applicable. At this point, there was no signage proposed, but if there would be signage proposed, it would be limited to monument signage capped at a height of not more than 10 feet from finished grade. Any future lighting would need to be downward directed and of sufficient intensity to illuminate without projecting onto the adjoining residential property. And at this point, no lighting is proposed. And ultimately, a new survey and legal description of the consolidated acreage would need to be provided prior to any final action. And that concludes my report. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. McCormick. I do. Just, so currently, they're not in compliance, correct? And the bill has already happened, is that correct?
Yes, so the area where this arrow, where the site is
Yes.
pointing, that is one of the affected areas where, you know, they're already parking vehicles there. They already have gravel storage. And what should have happened is they should have gone through this process first and then
Correct.
parked the vehicles and put the gravel in afterwards. And
Okay.
so they kind of got the cart in front of the horse in that particular area.
I understand. Okay, so but currently, they're not compliant currently, correct?
Currently.
Okay, so when did we find out? When did we find out that?
Probably a couple months ago.
Okay.
And they've been working pretty diligently to put this together since they
So
found out.
as soon as we found out and notified them, they've gotten the ball rolling quickly in a timely manner to basically come here today?
Yes.
Okay, that's what okay, perfect. That's all I got. Mr. Becker?
Yeah, so that area where they're in non-compliance and they're using it for, say, gravel parking, are there any structures on any of that?
No, not that I could
Okay.
see.
Yeah, I didn't think so. So, okay, that's all.
Mr. Logue?
So I'm tracking the same way to clarify, Mr. McCormick. So, yeah, because this is seeing this case as presented tonight, first that I've been made aware of any of their action there. So, this is, frankly, it's just cleaning it up from the aspect of they're not operating in compliance with it, and this was, they self-discovered it themselves, we self-discovered it, or how did that even kind of
We
come around?
found it when they were working on stormwater and grading work, and they wanted the township to sign off on things so that they could move forward on that to the county. And when I looked at the aerial and the area that they were referring to for the clearing and grading, I discovered that they were occupying an area that was zoned residential, that was not,
Residential.
that was not approved for the use that they were using it for.
Okay, all right, so you basically notified them through that?
Yes.
Just through that process, and then have helped them to take the steps here to correct it?
Yes.
Okay.
And everything that, they surround that property, it's a kind of an odd-shaped property.
Yeah.
The PD in 2017 essentially swallows everything around it. So this, I mean, this would really just allow them to fill in the gap of what they got approved in 2017.
Okay. Okay, because I was gonna say, I remember also too, I can't place the date. They came before us not too long ago, it was last year, to do their maintenance repair facility on the property there. So, but I think that's the adjacent one part of the PD, so,
Yeah, I think that must be further to the east.
yeah, so, okay.
Okay.
All right, no,
I'm sorry.
no, thanks for clarifying just where that's at in the process and how that got to us tonight, so thank you.
I mean, interrupt you there, sorry.
No, we're good.
Yeah, any other questions, Mr. McCormick? Okay. So I'll go and open up to public comment for this, for Union Township zoning case number 3-23-Z as in Zulu. We'll open up with anyone that is a proponent of this zoning case. I'm guessing you're probably Tom Mooney and Greg Holman, right?
Yes.
You got it.
For the
Okay.
record, I'm Tom Mooney. My address is 309 Wolf Trace, Amelia, Ohio.
I'm Greg Holman. Address is 870 Country Club Drive, Cincinnati, 45245.
Got it, perfect. And then gentlemen, I'll do both at the same time. You both swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Perfect, please, go ahead.
Basically, we agree with staff's recommendations, and we've been working on getting the landscape plan done and also the survey that needs to be done in order for this to take place. So if you have any questions, that's why we're here.
First, I want to, human error, we make mistakes, and it's all good, it's okay. I'm proud of you, and I commend you and the company that mistake was realized, and you didn't drag your feet on it. I mean, you tried to quickly solve the problem, and that's why we're here today, so I commend you for that. No, I do not have any questions. I've seen the site many times, I'm familiar with it. I'll pass it. Mr. Becker, did you have any questions?
Yeah, so, Mr. Holman, there's a couple of properties there that are on Old State Route 74 that you're surrounding. Do you intend to purchase those at some point when they become available?
Absolutely.
Kind of looks that way.
Absolutely.
All right, that
Yeah.
makes sense to me.
Anything contiguous, I'd like to purchase to put in with the whole property.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Logan?
Hey, thank you for, working through this. I guess I'll just ask Mr. McCormick how this kind of snowballed in, so. Also, appreciate your investment in the township and being here and diligently, sitting through our presentations this evening and awaiting your time on the agenda to be here for, which I view as rather simple, action to be able to fix and correct for you. So, but seeing dedicated, community members like yourself out seeing the local government work, I appreciate it. So thank you.
All right.
It's very interesting. Just that it got missed in 2017, I guess. But I wouldn't even fault human error that way. I'd say, well,
I've been putting this together for decades.
yeah.
One parcel at a time.
Yeah, compiling. Yeah.
Because as soon as you buy one, something else becomes contiguous.
Yeah.
And just I want to put it all together. 60 acres right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
there's gonna be a point of pride there, I hear, too, in the fact of,
Absolutely.
been putting together for decades,
Yeah,
so.
I've had a vision.
Yeah, good, great. Well, however we can, continue to help, this board's very supportive of, the right type of, smart, development, and obviously you've been very key there, right in the heart of Union Township, so.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I, don't have any further comment with it, just appreciate you guys being out here this evening,
All right.
being here.
Thank
for
you,
the
gentlemen.
testimonies.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, and is there anyone else that would like to speak as a proponent of the zoning case? Seeing none, who would like to speak as an opponent of this zoning case? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go and close public comments. Gentlemen, I will entertain a motion for Union Township zoning case number 3-23-Z as in Zulu. Applicant is Holman Brothers Real Estate LLC and Cowboy Properties LLC. Request a zoning map amendment requesting that the property located at 1037, 1055, and 1065 Old State Route 74, Clermont County Auditor Parcels 413104, B as in Bravo 053, parcel number 413104, B as in Bravo 022, and parcel number 413104, B as in Bravo 018, be rezoned from single-family detached structural residential R2 to Plan Development PD with recommended modifications.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
So when I watched the zoning meeting, watched the meeting, there was a lady who was in opposition. And she was, going from memory here, the second house down on the left on Bridlewood, which is across the highway on Old 74. I did knock on the door to see if I could chat with her, left her a business card. I didn't follow up after that, and I didn't hear back from her, and she's not here tonight. But, I did take to heart her concerns or objections. And I think on balance, this is a good move for the community, and I'm for it.
Mr. Luke?
Yeah, no, I think it's very, very straightforward. And nothing as a specific comment or question, I guess, on this case, other than, recently we had the Honda East discussion. I know that they're in a position where they're being basically forced by Honda to have to update and meet standards. And I guess as a franchise, I don't know their independent status and if anyone's ever going to try to force anything on them. But, I'd say it goes with the way in which we've, again, supported smart economic development, just like the case we had with the Honda East. That's going to be the right thing for the community. It's going to improve their drainage there and property values in the area and clean up blight. And, I see that this is something, similar for just doing what's correct in the area there for Holman Motors. So, no further comment on it.
Thank you, Mr. Luke. I'll just say this, appreciate you folks being a partner in our community. You're a tremendous partner, and I wish I had more business owners like you. Small mistake was made, you corrected it quickly, emphatically. I'm good with it, no big deal. And I don't think I've ever heard a single resident complain about Holman Motors. And so, you've heard complaints about other businesses or such, but I've never personally encountered someone, so I commend you, sir, and I have no problem with this, not a big deal, and I hope we continue to be good business partners and have a good relationship. So please let us know if you have anything with our community or with our trustees, okay? Anything else further? Okay, Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logan?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, next item on the business is old business. Gentlemen, do you have anything you'd like to talk about? Mr. Becker? Mr. Logan?
No?
We talked about this before, gentlemen, and I just thought about it because it is 9:45. It is an old business topic, so I'm going to bring up very quickly, very briefly, is, we do, despite what others say, the previous board did only have one meeting per month. Blame it on COVID, I don't care what you blame it on, but they only had one meeting per month. We still do that with our second meeting that we do as more of a casual type of meeting. So do we want to open this back up for discussion? I'm thinking about going back to 2 meetings a month. I personally think going on 4 hours is kind of ridiculous and long. Something to think about. chew on it. Maybe we talk about it more in our meeting later this month, in 2 weeks. But just personally, I mean, I don't think residents really want to stick around for 4 hours, so.
Well, yeah, well, reference, I think, I've been a proponent of us pushing forward with a consent agenda. So I think you
Oh,
recognize
that's true.
the new business items that are going to come are going to be, rather,
True.
you can pull out something if you have discontent with it, we'll just say it that way. But, so consent agenda is something that can move those actions forward. Obviously, tonight, we had 2 more lengthy presentations. I'll own part of that because I asked Miss Natasha Adams to continue to, we've had an invitation out there for a long time for the schools to come out here. So I'll own that, but it also paired up nice with the presentation for Eastgate Mall because I think that the schools and the local economic interests there have to align. But yeah, I mean, I recognize your point. Again, unique things with some big projects going on, and schedule wax and wanes a little bit. There'll be some months that will be lighter. I do like the working session environment, and maybe that's something to push the special presentations more into. But I know Ms. Ayers has that outlined for that. I think the other thing too, frankly, we can be concise with our business topics that we add to and hold or reserve more of our time for board comments towards the end. And I was messaging Ms. Ayers a little bit ago because I said, hey, do we need our department heads? Do we always need to hold our department heads as long as some of the agenda items are still going? And I was looking ahead and I said, well, there might be a question on the tasers or, something that comes up. I was trying to look at a way to give our department heads some time back and into the evening as well too. So don't want to prolong a meeting or discussion. I think I would just leave that with, think about it, get with Ms. Ayers, see what type of individual feedback she wants to provide, and now help streamline, I think, how we progress moving forward. But proponent of consent agenda, proponent of what we've outlined for a business meeting once a month with the every other month working session. I think that's a good balance, and it always gets you out in the community a little bit more because there's business items that get done here, but being out for another night in the community, doing different community events is very impactful. That's where we, you get more feedback. Sometimes you get direct feedback from residents here, but when you're out in the community, you get a lot of strong feedback that way, so.
Mr. Becker, any thoughts?
I like Mr. Lowe's thoughts. We're going to have, work sessions going forward every other month. The consent agenda can speed things up. I think for now, at least, I say we continue forward as is, and we can reassess, later in the year or next year.
Yeah, fair enough. Good points, because, Chief Reese, we don't get a new chief every other day. It's very unique. That took a little bit of time, the Honda East, and I wanted to make sure that we got every single resident to speak all their minds and make sure that they felt, so good points. Good points.
Especially with last month's meeting, because that was a completely unique meeting from an aspect of that.
Yeah.
But, we integrated recess with a ceremony time frame for the chief, and that was, hey, whatever you want, whatever you'd like, out of the schedule. So we've got the time to give you that.
Sure.
Yeah, I know, at least that was my perspective, but, great for doubling back on that, looking at last month. Oh, yeah, that was a unique one, so.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on to new business. Item A is an alpha. Gentlemen, I will entertain a motion for approval of payments as prepared by Ron Campbell, our fiscal officer.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Moving on, item B is in Bravo. I'll entertain a motion for approval of monthly financial report as prepared by our fiscal officer, Ron Campbell.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call. Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Item C is in Charlie. Approval of purchase orders exceeding $10,000 exceeded or recommended by Ms. Susan Ayers. Ms. Ayers, actually, before we make that motion, go ahead and if you want to have on the view.
Yes, sir. First is for West Clermont Local Schools for the first half TIF settlement payment in the amount of $1,812,310.36. Next is for the Milford Board of Education for a first half TIF settlement payment amount of $1,114,394.74. Redwood Living first half TIF settlement payment $90,207.39. Trilogy Investors for a first half TIF settlement payment, $44,835.89. Echelon by 360 LLC, first half TIF settlement payment for Phase 1 of the Echelon Community, $49,689.56. Second payment for Echelon by 360 LLC for a first half TIF settlement payment, Phase 2 of the development, $20,058.05. Brooker and Eckler miscellaneous legal fees, $50,000. Pitney Bowes Global Financial Services for a retail postage meter, $48,000. U.S. Postal Service for postage, $50,000. Vigilant LLC, $35,000. McGill Smith Punchin, $319,500. Great Oaks Instructional Tech and Career Development Center, first half TIF settlement payments, $32,922.94. Heritage Fire Equipment, $15,000. Fleet Core Technologies Operating Company, $27,000. Clermont County Treasurer for additional road resurfacing, $100,000.
Thank you, Ms. Ayers. Gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion to approve the purchase orders exceeding $10,000 as recommended by Ms. Susan Ayers, our Township Administrator.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Two things. First off, for Chief Dimling, $15,000 replacement tools and equipment. What's up with that?
So over the last couple of years, we've added additional vehicles to our fleet, and as part of that process, we standardized our first line equipment, and so that the vehicles are the same. So this is twofold. Number one, since we added the vehicles, we need to add equipment to have those vehicles in service. And number two, in addition to standardizing the vehicles, we're making an effort to standardize the equipment that's carried on those vehicles. In the past, what has happened is, older equipment, as vehicles get moved from primary to reserve status, the older equipment gets pushed down into the reserved equipment. So that equipment is to the point now that needs to be replaced. And, a lot of the stuff that used to be gas operated is now battery operated, so we're standardizing some of the equipment. So it's additional equipment for the vehicles that were added, and also standardizing the equipment that's on, so no matter what vehicle they're in, the equipment is the same.
That sounds good. All right, thank you. All right, gentlemen, the second thing I have here, so there's 15 items on this requisition list. One of them, it's the Eastgate Mall, $319,500 for that planning analysis with MSP. That is associated with a resolution that we're going to be discussing in Section G. It's Resolution 2023-14. I want to do some additional discussion on that resolution associated with that payment. Therefore, what I would like us to do is, for the moment at least, remove that payment from this requisition listing, so that, I'm okay at this point voting in favor of the other 14.
I hear your concern. Do you need to make so I'll make a motion that we go ahead, Mr. Chairman, bring this American Rescue Plan Act Fund resolution up for discussion now.
We can do it that
If
way.
we move the agenda up.
Ms. Ayers, what are your thoughts? You have to explain that.
I think it is, twofold. You can consider, if the first option would be to leave it as is, and even if you were to authorize it, if you don't authorize the contract later in the meeting, the purchase order becomes moot and you can't spend it anyway. So even voting on it at this point becomes invalidated if we were not to pass the contract later in the meeting.
Okay, so we'll just keep it as is. Are you good with that? Or no?
Yes, we'll keep it in purchase orders now.
Are you okay with that or no?
Because the contract, because you can't, even if you have the purchase order, you can't have the contract.
Are you okay with that or no?
No.
Okay,
Okay.
then make a motion.
You would like to make a motion to remove it at this
To
time and
remove that?
consider it with the later matter, I think you can do that as well. That would be your
That's my-
second option.
That's my preference.
Okay.
Put it
Let's
out
do
that way.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine.
All right.
Let's do that.
So I thought I was saving some work by.
Okay, so,
one up, doesn't the other.
okay.
Move to strike 23-admin 01112-A.
Are you moving
Table
to
it.
strike it or table it
Table
till
it.
later discussion?
Table it for later discussion.
Thank you.
Okay, and I will go ahead and second that. No more discussion. So, Mr. Campbell, let me make sure I read this correct. We're entertaining a motion for the approval of purchase orders exceeding $10,000 as recommended by Susan Ayers, our Township Administrator, and tabling with the exception of tabling the Eastgate Mall Planning Economic Development Analysis of.
Well, I think that's two different votes. The first vote would be to table
Right.
that one item, and then the second vote would be for voting to approve the other
Right.
14, if
Right.
I'm understanding it correctly.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so, Mr. Campbell, roll call on the tabling of the Eastgate Mall Planning and Economic Development.
So, Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, gentlemen, any more discussion on the payments?
No, I'm good.
Okay, that motion's still out there, so let's go ahead and take a roll call. Mr. Campbell?
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
That motion carries.
Great. Moving on, item D is in Delta, Clever Park. I'll entertain a motion for Clever Park pickleball bid authorization and receipt of bids relative to Clever Park, the Clever Park pickleball project. Gentlemen,
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I have a question on that. So, I guess what, my thoughts are, and just kind of, I know, just kind of throw it out there for future consideration. Is it practical or feasible, does it make sense to build these pickleball courts, I guess, larger than required, so that they could be future tennis courts someday? Because I think you can make it, you can transition, you can convert a tennis court to a pickleball court, but you can't go the other way around.
I don't want to interrupt you, but at our
Go ahead.
last month's Park and Recreations Committee meeting, so this is just to authorize to get bids.
Okay.
To bid the project. However, they talked about that.
All right.
And they actually, at our working session meeting, they're gonna give us a presentation. Is that the working session or is it the May meeting? It's the working
Working
session.
session.
Yeah, they're gonna give us a presentation on that.
Okay.
And we can, that's just them presenting what
Wow.
the board
Discuss it more at that
discussed.
time.
So just, so you know, but this is just to authorize to bid and go seek bids.
I'm fine with it.
Just so you know. Correct or no? Am I wrong?
Couple of things. One, the presentation at the working session is going to be regarding the Klepper Park the Klepper Park playground equipment, not the pickleball matters.
Oh, I thought it was the whole presentation.
No.
Okay.
The bid specifications will be out, so it will be for the size that we have set out in the bids that are particularized for pickleball courts. We also have grant funding for the establishment of 6 pickleball courts, not multi-purpose courts. So I think there is some grant restrictions there.
Can I answer the question? Yeah.
I'm good.
Okay. Mr. Logan, anything?
No.
Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion. Item E, entertain a motion for road resurfacing contract for 2023. Motion to authorize the township administrator to sign and amend the contract with Clermont County Commissioners for resurfacing of the roads in the township.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Gentlemen, I entertain a motion for item F, the 2023 summer events.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
May I make a brief presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
On this one? This is for discussion purposes and not for a vote. But we've been discussing having additional events during the summer months, and we are happy to get to the months where we can discuss it. We have been focusing on bringing in new events that will appeal to a variety of residents, focus on showcasing as many of our public spaces that are available to the community. I've posted some of the beginning half of the summer schedule. We will start April 29th with a movie at Klepper Park. We're going to be showing American Underdog, which is the Kurt Warner story, in honor of the NFL football draft. We'll be starting that weekend. We have a food truck coming to serve burgers and hot dogs. Looking forward to that. May 20th, we're going to be organizing a family catch and release fishing tournament at Klepper Park. May 27th, we'll be opening up a concert series with the Blue Water Kings Band, whose lead singer actually is a Union Township resident, so we're excited for that. June 10th, a concert at the amphitheater by Tom Torpedoes. June 17th, we'll be doing another movie at Veterans Park for the DC League of Super Pets. And we've made some contact with food trucks to be available at the events. We are also going to be doing some partnerships with Kona Ice during the movies. And at April 29th, there will be free Kona Ice for attendees that the township's going to be sponsoring. Been working with Kona Ice to get that partnership up and running. So we're really excited to have some different new events out there for people to participate in. So continue to look out for the advertisements that we'll have on our social media. And I believe there's some blurbs in the newsletter that's going to be coming out in about 10 days. With this, we'll continue regular farmers market starting in June, National Night Out, by the police department, end of summer fireworks, lantern lighting. Still working on finalizing some dates for other issues, but we'll continue to see these type of events going on throughout the summer that we're looking forward to people participating in. Just to reiterate, we hope to see everybody out on the 29th for American Underdog. We'll have the Cool Guys Dogs and Fries food truck serving hamburgers and dogs, and Kona Ice for the people that attend.
Love it. Well done, Ms. Ayers. Gentlemen, any more discussion?
Is this information out on our website?
Not yet. I wanted to have this discussion first, but it will be.
Okay, so this is all good stuff. I love it.
Yep.
Mr. Logan?
I think that's great. Looking forward to being able to embrace summer events and diversify those in the community that we engage and reach out to. So it's great. Love it. Thank you, Ms. Ayers. Appreciate the
Thank you.
work on that.
I am very excited for, free Kona Ice for our residents to come out. Sounds really cool. It's not that expensive, and I like it. Good deal. Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, and gentlemen, I'm going to throw every one of these over to Ms. Ayers to explain before we go to vote. But these are item G, approval of resolutions. Ms. Ayers, I'd like to start with resolution 2023-11.
Thank you, sir. This is asking for authorization to dispose of 4 obsolete TASER units from the police department to the New Richmond Police Department. These are TASER X26 models. We no longer use them, and they have no trade-in value. Chief Reese inquired to our distributor for TASER, indicated they would take them back, but they would not give us any credit or any financial value. We think there's minimal value, whereas the Village of New Richmond could use them for enforcement, and we think it's a good use of funds to cooperate with the cooperating agency.
Good? Excellent. Okay. Gentlemen, I entertain a motion for resolution 2023-11, resolution authorizing the sale of equipment of a donation to the New Richmond Police Department of obsolete TASER X26 equipment for use by its police department.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Ms. Ayers, resolution 2023-12.
Thank you, sir. This is a paperwork cleanup. When we authorize payments, there is sometimes some issues with timing of when invoices are issued versus when the purchase orders are issued. So this simply indicates that this particular invoice for $3,137.40 to Archive Social had the correct money in the accounts, and we just got the purchase order at the incorrect time.
That's it? Okay, perfect. Gentlemen, I entertain a motion for resolution 2023-12, resolution authorizing a then and now certificate for payment of expenditures for a total of $3137.40 to Archive Social.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Ms. Ayers, resolution 2023-13.
Thank you. This is regarding property at 736 McCormick Lane. List the auditor's parcel here on the documentation. Asking the board for approval to order the abatement and control of the nuisance, vegetation, garbage, refuse, and debris at the property. Mr. Berkey and the folks in the Planning and Zoning Department have been trying to work with the property owner to clean up the garbage that's at the property. They've not been successful after multiple attempts. The property owner's not satisfactorily cleaned up the property. I think still driving by in the last day or two, there still continues to be a nuisance property. There will be a statutory waiting time, I believe it's 10 days, and then we can go in and order the abatement of the nuisance and assess it to property taxes.
Great, thank you, Ms. Ayers. Gentlemen, I entertain a motion for resolution 2023-13, nuisance abatement resolution, authorization for the abatement, control, or removal of vegetation, garbage, refuse, or debris of the property located at 736 McCormick Lane, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45245, auditor parcel number 414805, D as in Delta 03.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So it was, I think it was last weekend, I went, I make I made a list of properties or people to go visit, and I left this one off the list. But I had previously looked it up on Google Maps so I could find it. And so then I, just drove back where I thought it was, and then I wasn't sure whether to turn right or left, but I went ahead and just turned left. And without having the address, the property was very easy to find, which is the problem. And, yeah, it's a mess, and it needs to be cleaned up.
Mr. Logue? Just want to thank Mr. Berkey and his team for staying on top of this. I hate this. I don't want to ever, give out fines and fees and all this stuff, and citations to homeowners, but sometimes you have to. And so, yeah, it is what it is. So, Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, gentlemen, Resolution 2023-14, Ms. Ayers.
Thank you, sir. This is regarding the presentation we saw earlier from McGill-Smith Puncheon. This would allow us to use ARPA or SLFRF, which is the world's worst acronym, funding to pay for the economic development and planning analysis at the Eastgate Mall. I was very impressed with Mr. Merrill and his team, and I hope that we will consider working with them to help move forward the mall project. This would be a not-to-exceed contract in the amount of $319,500. So there's an hourly fee schedule that's set up, and it's not to exceed that amount. We set out the purchase out order, as you note, for the not-to-exceed amount, so we have it reserved and available to pay on the contract as necessary.
Great. Gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion for Resolution 2023-14 for the American Rescue Plan Act Funds Resolution for an expenditure from the American Rescue Act funds provided to Union Township through the Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Funds, the program for procurement of master planning and economic feasibility analysis by McHill, Smith, Puncheon, with the funds to be encumbered during the period of March 3rd, 2021 and ending December 31st, 2024. This is pursuant to Title 9, Subtitle M, Section 9901 of the American Rescue Act Plan. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, discussion, Mr. Becker.
Yeah, so I have mixed feelings on this. I guess to the positive side, the gentleman that was in here, Mr. Merrill, was very impressive, gave an impressive presentation. This MSP sounds like an impressive company. Obviously, something needs to be done with the mall. I like the idea of moving forward on this. It sounds like a great opportunity to get the ball rolling, get something done. But this is my problem. Why are we paying for it? There's 11 business owners, do the math, $29,000 each. I can't believe $29,000 is a lot of money for these 11 business owners. If the township were to partner with us, maybe be like a 12th partner, okay? So my issue is with us paying for it, and we don't know where it's going to go. We get nothing tangible if this doesn't go anywhere. So that's a risk rolling the dice. Now, we would get, the data, knowledge we would learn, that's all fine and good, those are intangibles. But it's not like, at the end of the day, if this fails, we have a piece of property we can sell or something. I just don't like the idea of the taxpayers footing the bill for this. I don't like taking that risk.
Points. Mr. Logue?
So it's an opportunity to hear from the taxpayer. It's an opportunity to hear from all of our stakeholders. It's an opportunity to invest in what we addressed back last summer when we did a pledge that was presented, and frankly, at that time, these concerns weren't shared. You're completely on board with authorizing Ms. Ayers to be able to go do this research, do this market research, release an RFP to the industry. This is what's come in. There are deliverables, and as discussed back last summer, it's part of it is taking the non-revenue producing costs off the table. Same type of concept that we talked about last month. If we didn't basically overturn the zoning commission, was it Slim Shady's car lot can come in there, right?
Shady Sam and Lefty Louie.
The negative, the negative impact. So yes, you're asking 11 different business owners right now that I think when the management company took over, what did they tell me that they replaced? Like 1,300 light bulbs in the mall? They're not paying for light bulbs. They're not gonna pay for a strategic plan. So we can sit there and do nothing about it, put our head in the sand, or we can be an active participant, build a table, bring people to the table, and be a leader in the community like we should be for our community, because this is a vital impact. And I think, Ms. Ayers, what the data showed on surveys as far as revitalization and not letting blight come in? I mean, I don't want to do that to the schools. I don't want to do that to the community. As far as that goes with the funding, I mean, it's a professional organization that we operate, and we're policy and guidance and vision over here. And I think it's a real disenfranchisement to the morale of the team that has been working on evaluating proposals to now pull back from the pledge. If you've ever been in that position where your boss or someone has said, hey, go do, conquer, sounds good. Yeah, I think it's got the potential to get a whole lot of payback with us. I think it's moving in the right direction. Thank you, I'm on board. And then pull it back months later.
So, Mr. Becker, I think you're on board with it. It's just who pays the bill. Is that correct?
Exactly, yes.
All right.
So, just so everyone knows, it's transparent, I'm 1,000% on board with this. Because I think everyone in this township would raise their hand to this and say, who wants to see something done to Eastgate Mall? I think everyone would raise their hand. And one thing I'm not a fan of is, well, I encourage problems and complaints to come to the table, but what I'm not a fan of is when problems or complaints come to the table and nobody has a solution. Because everyone's complained about Eastgate Mall for 15, 20 plus years, but nobody's ever done anything. There's been nothing, and that's it, just conversation, but no action. So I think this needs to happen. I do think it's going to really get the ball rolling, and I think once it's completed, man, I think we've got a good shot. We have a shot to make something happen. The funds are not coming directly out of the general fund. It's ARPA money, so it's from the federal. I understand everything is taxpayer, everything is taxpayer. I get that. But it's not coming out of the general fund. So it's not, and we do have to spend these dollars by the end of next year. They have to be allocated by the end of next year. So what did you have in mind? What do you think? Are you wanting to table it for a month? But keep in mind, I won't be here next month. So are you wanting to table it? Are you wanting to go ahead and vote on it? What are you thinking?
So, well, I guess.
Let me add one other question to consider as you there. I'll need some understanding to know what changed between August 9th, I think was when our board meeting was. Yeah, I pulled up a transcript here, August 9th. And now, when it's time to execute, this is, to me, it's a late to need question, but keep that in mind.
Let me answer that.
Okay.
So when we put up, when we authorized $1 million, it was setting $1 million aside.
Pledge.
This is my money, yeah, we're gonna make available to make this project happen. In my mind, I was thinking in terms of, intersection improvements, things we can do that will, the township can kick in to do the reconstruction, demolition, part of that, okay? Arguably, of course, this plan that we're talking about is part of that. My problem is, why are we doing this alone? That was never part of the discussion from, when we did this, when we pledged $1 million. And that was one of the questions I had on that. Are we spending this money now? The answer was no. There's going to be future votes as that money comes up. Okay, well, here's the first future vote on that money. And, after I thought about it, $319,500 is quite a chunk of change. And I'm thinking, if the business owners, so the problem is, as you know, it's 11 business owners, I think like 6 of them, some quantity, have the veto power. And I'm not, I guess based on the history and what I've heard of these business owners, or at least some of them, 1 or 2 in particular, and it only takes 1 veto power, that there's a reason to be less than confident that this is going to easily go through. And I don't want to be, spending almost $320,000 of the taxpayer money to be then, well, we tried, but we failed. And in terms of it being, not out of the general fund, I get that, but you got the fungibility of money. We can spend this same money on other things. We buy police cars. We can pave roads. There's a lot of things we can do that would replace other spending out of the general fund. So, it just comes down to, why aren't the 11, if the 11 business owners don't think $319,000 is a good investment, or $29,000 each, if they don't think $29,000 is a good investment, and this mall property, which they are directly have stakeholder membership in, why the hell do we think it's worth $319,000? Those are the problems I'm having with this.
Ms. Ayers, you want to chime in at all? What do you think?
I'm certainly happy to follow whatever direction the board wants to take. So what I have heard up to this point in time is that we've taken an approach up to this point in time of let them all atrophy and we'll figure it out when we get to that point. What I have heard from community members as well as this board is saying that that's no longer an acceptable course of action. We don't want to continue to see this mall get worse, and that really the gateway to our property in our area should not be a rundown mess. So what this does in my mind is start the process. In my opinion, and it's my opinion only, is that up to this point in time, the problem we've had is that the group of ownership there are in the same boat because they all own the same property, but nobody's rowing in the same direction. And so there has to be some intervening force in my mind that's going to help get everybody rowing in the same direction. So before you could even get 11 owners to say, hey, I'm going to contribute 29,000, or apologize, I'm paraphrasing the number, together, they all have to be rowing in the same direction. We don't get there without some intervening force. And, if we are deciding between do we want to take action and start moving this process, or are we at a point where we want to continue to sit it out and wait and see what happens? I think both can be viable options, but it's a question of what your tolerance is for sitting around and letting it get worse first. I don't think business owners are going to do this until we have some intervening force to help them get in the same direction. What this does is, in my mind, is to help push everybody in the same direction and get them rowing in the right way together.
Trustee Becker, I will share this from my history and time on the board, predating when you gentlemen both joined and came on. There is no transition plan or written plan that's handed off and here's established and here's a master plan, right? It'd been nice when the mall went up for auction earlier this year because maybe it would have brought the right investors in to get engaged. But I will tell you that the leadership with the former board at least acknowledged and stated explicitly 100% of the ARPA funding should go into the mall redevelopment as a public-private partnership. It's the only way to get it done. So I know you've relied heavily in the past on talking to the former administrator occasionally on some of these economic development type of questions, Mr. Ken Geis. That is literally word for word how he described what should happen with ARPA funds, and a public-private partnership for the mall is 100% where that should go. So if it's a philosophy approach that you have a concern with, but I think from a practice of doing business where the rubber meets the road here and delivering for our constituents, 50,000 residents and 100,000 that come in and through here, and being able to have an most economically viable product that brings in the different types of entertainment and opportunities that doesn't overly burden and tax our police and fire. We've got to show leadership and we've got to step up. And sometimes it's obviously uncomfortable environments, but That's what it is. We've got to be comfortable with being uncomfortable sometimes. And, this is one that, I feel very confident with our staff, with our board here, Trustee Becker, Trustee Dills, that, can be an exciting time. We're going to be able to navigate and overcome any hurdles or barriers. If you identify something you think is a failure or, could potentially be, it's going to be an opportunity to speak up and get engaged. But we're going to be able to put together something that is a significant deliverable here for the community. And, I share frustration that, you'll say it's still the same pot of money if it's government money, but Port Authority and County Economic Development, they verbally said that, discussions I had with them, they want to make it their top priority and said, well, hey, we're looking at pledging some funds. They put their heads in the sand, and, they want to be there to support. But I at least view this as, if we can chart the course with the deliverables, with the plan, then, being able to bring in the other additional partners is where you can get that more long-term return on investment. So I'd say it's not something to be short-sighted on right now. It's finite. I mean, it's kind of a pessimistic outlook in total. You're basically saying, I don't want to spend $319,000 and be left with, I spent $319,000, now nothing else happened. I want to say, we put $319,000 into it, and $1.5 billion of investment came in. You're never even going to think about the $319,000. So it's the philosophy in which you want to approach this and tackle it. But that's where my comfort is. At the end of the day, I know we're going to have something. We're going to have significant community feedback and engagement, which this community has been, begging for. Across the board. That's the initiatives. We've got the website coming on, the initiatives we've got with the Park and Rec Board. What a fundamental, great way to have community engagement and get feedback on what the community cares about. The survey responses, I was surprised with, honestly, how short the survey was out there and that it got legs and had, several hundred more than I thought it would be answered to. So, just like Natasha Adams was speaking about the town halls for West Clermont, it's grown and grown and grown. We got to give people a reason to want to positively engage in the community and know that their voices are heard. When they know that their voices are heard, they engage. I think we can share, sentiment from regular people that I see, that attend these meetings all the time and their history of attending meetings. But I hope that helps any of your concerns. But that's where I feel confident with moving forward with this and executing and not delaying, and primarily also to the fact of that's a morale killer, and I'm not going to do that to the staff and the team. Give them resources, clear the way. It's my job, not to get in their way and become a barrier. I don't want to demotivate them, and if I pull the rug out from under their feet, I feel like that'd be demotivating. I know for me it would. So it's a culture impact there at the end of the day as well.
Mr. Becker, I get it. You're being responsible with the money. I get it. And I would actually prefer it that way. But I think it's going to take too long. To get all those business owners, for example, Dillard's, we all know there's a Mr. Dillard's, Old Man Dillard's. How long is it going to take for it to move up the chain to get to him, and then for his board of advisors to vote on this, and then all that? What about JCPenney, and then the bank that owns the mall itself? I just think it's going to be too long of a process for them to agree to pitch in to help. Whereas I do think if we really take the first step up to bat and show a serious interest in this, then I think that'll raise some eyebrows. And I think, yeah, they'll get on board. I do, especially with this very professional group coming in and doing this. And if I had to ask, because we have to try to do our best with what the residents and taxpayers want. And if I said to them, hey, we have some money, what would you like us to do? I do believe that the top answer on their list would be, please do something with Eastgate Mall. I would be on board with your way of thinking, but I'm not patient, and I think it's gonna take way too long. And quite frankly, the previous boards have had plenty of opportunity to try to do something. However, in their defense, we were blessed with the ARPA funds, and they were not. So they would have to take this money out of the general fund, which now directly affects the Union Township residents. So in our, we do have that blessing of this, and so, because we're not taking any money out of the general funds for it. But I gotta be honest, I think we can always pave a road. I'm ready to move forward with Eastgate Mall. And this is going to really help and make a big impact. And I think it's gonna raise the eyebrows of the rest of the business owners there. Let them know that, because, let's be honest, I don't think the township has been very serious about Eastgate Mall. Just talk, no action. And this is actually action. So, yeah, that's all I got. So, anything else, sir?
Yeah, you two make great arguments. I'm not saying either one of you are wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
For the record, you are right. I want you to know that. But I just think it's gonna take too long.
Fair enough. I don't see any advantage in tabling this.
Okay.
I don't know that there's any additional information that any of us up here need that we can ascertain in the next 30, 69 days, whatever.
Okay, fair enough.
I think, Mr. Chairman, if you want to move forward with a roll call vote, let's do it.
Mr. Logan, any more discussion? No?
I'm just reflecting back from the meeting in August. I think that had to be the same time frame that TQL presented something in front of us. And after the meeting, I walked out, their head of facilities, Dan, I believe Dan Gabbard, had sat through the whole meeting, and he came up and said how he thought from like a TQ, he doesn't speak on behalf of TQL in that manner, but he said how exciting, and he thought that was great, that the township was taking a focus to be active, make them all a top priority. And he's a hometown Clermont County type of proud, resident and worker in the community that, for all purposes, represents TQL's business in front of us, multiple times. And, so I just think about all those relationships, and I think about, the stakeholders through and through. So it's a win-win from the residents to the businesses, so.
Mr. Campbell, roll call. Oh, I'm sorry, did you say something else?
No, call the
Okay,
question.
Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
No.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, and gentlemen, moving on. Comments from the board members?
Sir,
Yes.
two things. We are
You got
going to
thanks
have
for
the resolution 20.
Oh, did I miss that one?
2315,
Oh.
And then we will have to go back to address if we tabled the purchase order.
Let's go and handle that first.
Yes.
And then we'll go to the resolution. All right, so,
So we need to ask if there's a motion to approve that purchase order.
where am I at? Purchase orders, here we go, okay. So gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion to approve the purchase orders, including the
Or
Eastgate
just
Mall.
the one we excluded.
Yes, okay, let me scratch that. Make sure I get this motion correct. Gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion to approve the purchase order, the single purchase order of the Eastgate Mall Planning and Economic Development Analysis for $319,500.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
No.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
By the way, gentlemen, good discussions. It's okay if we disagree, all good.
Yep.
No worries. So, still colleagues, no worries. Ms. Ayers, Resolution 2023-15, can you go ahead and explain?
Thank you, sir. We were approached at the Planning and Zoning Department with residents, go ahead and pull up the map, area of Banks and Fulton Grove. Apparently in the 1930s, the Clermont County Board of Commissioners dedicated a right-of-way between the two properties that you see up on the screen, and it has been sitting there since then. I don't know, at one point there might have been an intent that there could be a road there, but it was never developed, and it's just been sitting on this property. We were approached by one of the property owners who, I think there was an inheritance issue, and they just came in control of the property and asked us to consider vacating that. Both of the property owners have expressed their support and desire. If you were to pass this resolution, it goes to the Clermont County Commissioners, who would then act on the request to vacate, and then it would come back to us for a final approval. It would separate the property between the adjacent property owners. We have no need for it at this point, so we'll be backing it out to the private property owners.
You said the width of it, is it about a driveway length?
It's about a driveway length.
Yeah, I get it. Okay, perfect. Okay, gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion for Resolution 2023-15, resolution petitioning Clermont County Commissioners to vacate a portion of the Banks Road and declaring an emergency.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So as part of my driving around last weekend, and when this first came to my attention, I was envisioning a road that had been there at one time, that we were vacating an actual road, an existing road. So I drove up and down Banks. Well, first off, I'm looking at Google Maps, then I'm looking at Google Earth, satellite view, drive up and down Banks and up and down Fulton Grove, I think is where this connects. And I did find on Banks, there is like a little driveway divot where it looks like that's where that road was meant to go. But yeah, there's nothing there, it's all woods. So anyway, it was just interesting to me and kind of set me on a exploratory investigation. So yeah, I'm certainly fine with doing this.
Mr. Luke?
Good.
No issues at all? Okay. Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Gentlemen, we all agreed. All right, moving on. Comments from the board members, and I'll start with you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Yeah, so I guess what I wanted to, a couple of things I wanted to follow up on when I was talking about aggregation, which is why I wanted to talk about it then instead of during board meeting comments, so I could fill in the blanks if I misspoke on something. So when I was talking about the do not aggregate list, so if anybody wanted to be on a permanent do not aggregate for electric, it's actually called electric do not aggregate list. You can Google that term, PUCO, and then quotation marks, electric do not aggregate list. It's the equivalent of a do not call list. So then you'll never be contacted for electric. The other thing I'd like to discuss at some point going forward in the next sometime this year is garbage aggregation. A lot of people have been asking about that, wanting to do that. I think there's some concerns or some hurdles. I think one of which is unlike the gas and electric, if it's my understanding, unless I'm mistaken here, for the garbage aggregation, we could make it opt-in or opt-out. That being the case, the way I know the public feels and the way I feel personally, I hate the idea of having to opt out. And I got the feeling making it an opt-in is probably a deal breaker for our two companies. We only have two, Rumpke and Republic, that do garbage in Union Township. But anyway, I do at some point want to see the numbers and what the options are and what the experiences of other municipalities and townships have done. That concludes my remarks.
Well said, good points. Mr. Luke?
Yeah, I'll just state, the presentation earlier from West Clermont Schools and Eastgate Mall planning redevelopment efforts demonstrate the positive changes happening in our community. These efforts are a testament to our unwavering commitment to growth and development, and I'm eager to see what the future holds. It is exciting to see the mall property being made a top priority for the township and to see action being taken towards that goal. This master planning, I believe, will firmly unlock tremendous value for the township. And it's just, to me, it's unacceptable to plan for decades of decline. And we must act tonight as we did, and I'm proud of that. I'm proud of being able to disagree and not be disagreeable. But in conclusion, just want to remind everyone that our goal is to serve the people of Union Township. I'm proud of what we have achieved so far. And I look forward to continuing to work together to make our community an even better place to live, work, and raise our families. And I just want to thank you to all the residents that are here this evening. We appreciate your time and involvement.
That's good. Good job, Mr. Luke.
Thank you.
Hope everyone had a happy Easter and Resurrection Sunday. Perfect weather, perfect weather. Park and Recreations Committee is meeting tomorrow right here at the Civic Center, 6 PM. They're doing really good work. I'd encourage everybody to attend that. I don't think we've ever had like free Kona Ice at our events. Movie, I don't think, have we ever had movie nights before, Mr. Campbell? No movie nights, no free Kona Ice. I love it. It's awesome. It's, the sun's out, temperature's rising, and I think just people's morale is kicking in, and I think it's great. So, let's see here. Mr. Becker, I wanted to give you some props if I could.
Yes, you can.
So we all have three distinct personalities, I think.
Yes, we do.
And you, now granted, you are retired, and
Yes,
so,
yes.
but I'm proud of you. I appreciate you always going around and actually visiting the sites.
I can.
I
I don't
just-
have small children at home, and I don't have
And-
a real job, so yes.
I just want you to know I appreciate that, seriously, and hopefully the residents find out about that and they know about it, and I appreciate that very much. It motivates me to do it more often. I see the reports in our email, I look at the email, I know where the location's at, and I don't, and you do. So I appreciate that, and you're motivating me to do that as well. So, last thing I'll say is, Mr. Logue, I did not know that there was a goose law, Canadian goose law. I don't hide it. In fact, I hate those things. And so, Chief Reese, if you decided to turn a blind eye and did not enforce that law, I would not be upset, just saying, sir. But I'm calling you out. But, and so anyways, next thing is our upcoming events.
Township loses grant funding for violating federal law with Canadian geese.
Clearly, I was joking. Clearly, I was joking.
I was gonna cover my ears, but.
Kind of. I hate those things. I do. And I don't mind the swans. I want to make sure that's clear. Swans I'm okay with. The geese are just ridiculous, and I want to get rid of all of them. Humanely. So, was that, you guys tell me to wrap it up. All right, so Spring Junk Days, April 17th through April 23rd at the Union Township Service Department, right behind the police station. Like I just said, there's a Park and Recreations Committee meeting April 12th, 2023, 6 PM right here in the Civic Center. And they will also be presenting their proposal for the park,
The playgrounds.
the playground, correct? Playgrounds at our next working session meeting. And free movie at Klepper Park, April 29th at 7:30 PM with Kona Ice and hot dogs. The Board of Trustees' next working session is going to be April 25th, 2023, 6 PM right here. And the next Board of Trustees meeting, I will not be there. I've got a 2-week annual tour for the Air Force, I'll be gone. But next business meeting is May 9th, 2023, right here, 6 PM. Gentlemen, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Absolutely no discussion. Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
We're adjourned at 10:34 PM.
Thank you, sir.